Oh, everybody, it's June 18th, and we're City Council meeting for a closed session for this evening, and we will call the meeting to order right at 5 o'clock. And can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Here.
Mayor Finn?
Here. Thank you. And do we have any public comments for closed session?
I have no written request. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
No callers on the line.
Hold on just a second. Rudy, can you try that again? All right, we gotta fix something. I'll message him. I'll let you know if we have any callers.
Okay, all right, thank you. In the meantime, Mr. Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion?
Yes, the council will meet in closed session. Item B1 is conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, potential initiation of litigation involving one potential case. And this involves a potential dispute with county fire. And for that reason, I understand that we have one recusal on the council.
Yes, that's correct. I will be recusing myself for that item as my spouse is employed by the entity.
And then item B2 is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. And it involves workers' compensation case, and the case number is listed on the agenda. And item B3, conference with real property negotiators. The property is south of Cougar Way, west of Beaumont Avenue. The APN is listed in the agenda. The agency negotiator is the city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs, or her designee, and the negotiating parties are the city of Beaumont as potential purchaser, and the Silva Family Trust and Bianchi Properties Limited as potential seller, and under negotiation or price and terms.
All right, thank you. And I had an item here. Did we have any additions to that, or was it only just those three?
There's a late breaking item?
Yeah, we have a late breaking item.
I have it written on
Okay.
the sheet if you have
Was
it.
that?
Okay, I can go ahead and read that then.
Yeah,
So there's a late breaking item for closed session regarding Braden Goldhart versus City of Beaumont, U.S. Central District of California, case number 523-CV00173. Council would need a majority vote to officially add this to the closed session for discussion. So can we get a motion for that?
and that item arose after the posting of the agenda, and it requires immediate attention of the council, and that's why it's a late breaking item for you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'll move to add the item.
And a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Thank you. And then any progress on the public comments?
No callers.
Okay, all right, thank you. So we will adjourn to closed session at 5:03. Everybody, thank you for your patience. This is the city council meeting for June 18th, and we'll call the meeting to order at 6:09 PM. And can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Here.
Mayor Tim?
Here, thank you. And Mr. Pinckney, can we get a report out of closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, and it involved one potential case. There was no reportable action. Item B2, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated existing litigation, and it involved a workers' compensation case. There was no reportable action on that. Item B3, conference with real property negotiators. The information regarding the parcel at issue is listed in the agenda, and there was no reportable action on that item. And then lastly, there was a late-breaking item that the council added to the agenda because the item arose after the posting of the agenda and required immediate attention by the council. And that involved the matter of Braden Godart versus City of Beaumont. And there was no reportable action on that item either. And that concludes the report out.
All right, thank you, sir. And do we have any requests for excused absences? Okay, none. All right, and we will officially open our meeting this evening with an invocation by Mr. Todd Oldenburg. And then following that, we'll have a pledge of allegiance led by Mr. Martinez. Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Father, as we come before you tonight, Lord, in your word in Jeremiah, you instructed your people to seek the peace and the wellness of the city, and God, that it would prosper. And that is what we are here to do tonight, Father, to seek peace and wellness in the city of Beaumont and this community. And I pray for the wisdom of heaven, God, for our mayor, our city council, and those that are making decisions that affect every citizen in our community. We pray for our businesses and our community to prosper and be blessed, God, in every way possible. And Father, we give you thanks for this evening. We ask all things to be done for your glory. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, on to section E for announcements, recognitions, proclamations, and so forth. We will have a presentation for item E1 with an arborist presentation. And so, Mr. Story, you taking that?
I am going to just introduce some great people to come up and present this for us. So some of our team members, Kevin Norville is going to start us off. And then we have Isaac Garza from WCA, West Coast Arborists, who will be presenting on our tree program. So I turn it over. Come on up.
All right, thank you.
Mayor and council. A little nervous, as you can tell. I usually leave the public speaking to Doug. So we're here tonight to talk about trees. And I was going to tell you some jokes, but I got stumped. So, you know, do you guys know what a tree's favorite drink is? Root beer. I'm up here just because I want to give you guys some statistics about some of the trees that we have within our city. We have about 9,579 trees. In a moment, Isaac is going to come up. He's with WCA. He's got a short presentation for you guys. But I wanted to give you some of their goals and objectives and some of the decisions that you guys have made by approving funding for us. Last year, we were able to trim 3,728 trees. And so that's a significant amount. That's about two-thirds of the trees that we have within the city. Next year's fiscal budget is the $515,000 that you guys approved for the fiscal year of 24-25. And estimated we'll be able to trim about 4,500 trees. We have a program that we've kind of tried to adopt where we're trying to touch a tree every 2 years. And so with the funding that you guys have approved, we've been able to succeed and do that. And so with that, I am going to invite Isaac up for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, Isaac.
How are you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
All right. Oops, wrong one. All right, let's get started here. So Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City staff, thank you for the opportunity to introduce ourselves. We have been in the city of Beaumont for since about 2020, fiscal year 1920. We've been doing tree work for the city. I know not everybody has met me. I've met, so this is a reintroduction for some. So let's see here. So West Coast Arborist, West Coast Arborist is a family-owned and operated business. We employ over 1,200 employees, providing various tasks to achieve one goal: serving communities like Beaumont who care about trees. We're proudly serving over 350 municipalities throughout California, public agencies, school districts, colleges, and we provide superior safe operations 7 days, 24 hours a day. So get a little more into that in a second. Right into the numbers, some statistics. Like Kevin was saying, we have a lot of trees out there, and when we started doing tree work, we collected all the data, how many trees are out there. We collected health information, species, size. So right off the get-go, Afghan pines are your most abundant trees, but it's very diverse, so which is a good thing when you want to see a tree inventory in the urban forest. It's very diverse, young and mature trees. But the big thing that stands out here is the value. There's a dollar value that attached to your tree inventory, and it's about $26.4 million, which is huge, right? It's one of the only things that a city has, an asset that increases in value. And with that increase in value, typically there's maintenance involved, so that creates a good baseline to figure out what your budgets are going to be for the future. So it's a robust tree inventory, and again, you guys are doing a lot to maintain your urban forest in the most healthy manner. Some more statistics for since 2019, we have work history for approximately 11,252 trees that we've pruned in the city of Beaumont. Some of these might be the same tree, but these are over the last 4 years. Okay. We've removed about 262 stumps, declining or diseased trees or hazardous trees. It's not always easy to decide to remove a tree, but that's what part of the inspection process does for us, is we figure out what needs to be taken out. And we've planted 74 trees. And the picture on the right-hand side is Beaumont Avenue there, which trimming those deodar cedars, creating a nice, safe path for the school district there. Some of the staffing, top line here is our project team for this area. Again, Mike Pallett's our VP, also regional manager, manages Arizona, San Diego, parts of Orange County, and the Coachella Valley. Myself, I'm Isaac Garza. I'm an area manager. I maintain several cities in the valley, several cities in Imperial County, Riverside County, and also San Bernardino County. So, Gabriel Reese is our field supervisor. He's the day-to-day guy that takes care of the field crews whenever they need assistance. Estela Garcia is our office manager, and she'll be able to answer any billing or invoice questions, and she can direct you to anybody that if you have any questions, she can direct you. And Tim Carruthers is our plant healthcare manager. We'll talk more about plant healthcare in a second. And below is the Mahoney family, Patrick, Rich, and Rose. They're owners of the company. And the rest of the support team at corporate in Anaheim. So all these people are available if you ever need to contact anybody individually. We have an IT department and business development department. I take a lot of pride in training and making sure that our crews are up to par when it comes to the tree industry. We currently have 8 master arborists on staff as ISA master arborists, 100 plus ISA certified arborists, 165 ISA certified tree workers. And just as a company-wide, we trim about 750,000 trees annually. We remove about 50,000 trees. We plant about 20,000 trees. And we inventory about 250,000 sites annually. And it just keeps growing every year. So we're all about trees. Our employees are members of the local Labor's International Union of North America, Local 1184. They take pride in their training and their high standards, and they're well paid, and they don't treat this as a 9-to-5 job. This is a career for them, and they take pride in learning and becoming certified in the tree industry. And they are local, and they take pride in doing work in their communities. So our plant healthcare department, we have an excellent plant healthcare program that goes beyond just applying chemicals to trees. We do tree evaluations, risk hazard assessments, tree diagnosis, and we also prescribe treatment options for the trees. And that's all done in-house. We have 95 staff that are certified for wildlife training, from the Wildlife Training Institute, to be wildlife aware. As we trim trees, we want to make sure that we don't harm any nesting birds and take care of the wildlife out there. There's quite a bit. So our Vice President of Field Operations, Andy Trotter, helped develop the first ever best management practices for tree care for birds. So what you'll see on this next slide is that when we do a tree trimming, when we have tree trimming going on, we inspect the tree from the ground up. When we're aloft in the tree, we inspect it, and while we're trimming, we inspect it. If we ever run into a nest with active birds or eggs in the nest, we stop work immediately. We mark it down in the Arbor Access inventory system that there's birds nesting to make us aware the next time we come back to that tree. And we also take photos and upload it to the system which city staff has access to. We'll then put a flyer on the tree that says maintenance has been delayed due to birds and wildlife nesting. So if you see a beautiful row of trim trees and you got one that's not, it's likely there might be wildlife, and that's going to be accessible to the city staff. And then next year we'll follow up with a little extra care and make sure that we trim it maybe at a different season or a different time of the year. So we are a TCI accredited company, and this accreditation doesn't come to the company company-wide. Each office has to be accredited separately. Our Indio office, which I run, was recently TCI accredited, and it's a very rigorous accreditation program. They check your DOT records, your licenses, your insurance, make sure you have training, your employees are up to par when it comes to the standards of the tree industry. There's a lot of how you set up a job site. There's a lot of information they go through, so we are TCI accredited, which should be on any tree agreement, any contract that goes out to bid should have this as a requirement. Safe measures that we're big on safety. Trees are very hazardous, and it's a high risk job. We follow all ANSI standards, Cal OSHA. We manage all our in-house certifications. We obviously abide by ISA training standards. We do field evaluations and management's in the field. We're doing crew evaluations. We're on the job site. We collect that data. We take photos. Do they have water in their trucks? Is traffic control set up properly? These are all things that we take care of out in the field. And we do job briefings, so making sure that we're safe is our number one goal. And that's all part of taking care of the community and the trees. So we are licensed also through the state of California. We have our C31 license to perform traffic control. It's a new requirement, and we do it all in-house. We don't contract out. We make sure that we also have in-house designers for traffic control, supervisors and technicians. And it makes the flow of work a lot safer, especially when you're closing lanes. There's no delay. If you were to send us out right now, we can set up traffic control, the lighting, the arrow boards, and be legal and completely safe. So, and we're all about partnerships. We want to give back to the community. Some highlights from this last few years was Circle 4.0. It was Amplify the Urban Forest. We planted trees at a couple parks in the city of Beaumont. And it was funded by CAL FIRE and a few other organizations, right? The goal was to plant 2,000 trees statewide, all on the same day. And we made it happen, and Beaumont was a part of that. We were able to plant at Mountain View Park, Wildflower Park, and we got the community involved. This is developed through the partnership of California Urban Forest Council, WCA, Taylor Guitars, and the Britain Fund. And there's some pictures there of the planting event. Obviously, this doesn't happen just by us being out there. The community was also involved. We had volunteer sources like Bruce Murrell, the Beaumont Interact Club, and the Master Gardeners Club. And before we did any planting events, we made sure we had a community workshop where everybody can give their input and also plan for the event itself. We had an educational booth, and we also did a nature walk, which was a super successful event. And it couldn't have happened without your support. So trees obviously die, they decay, they senesce, they have rot, things happen. Well, the day of old was take them to the green waste dump and get rid of it. Now we're more into sequestering the carbon, and we want to give that wood a second life. We mill the lumber, we dry it, and we provide it to other companies such as Taylor Guitars, who is creating guitars out of urban wood. Some of this wood could have come out of Beaumont. They're big on the ash trees right now, and also the red bark ironwood eucalyptus tree, and they're making lines of guitars. So they're not having to go to other countries to get this wood. They're using it from local communities, and it's a big hit. And it's, you know, we want to make sure that we keep that carbon in the wood and not in the environment itself. So we want to make sure we sequester that carbon as best possible. We also make benches, we make furniture. There's a lot of end-use products that we get from this urban wood. Again, we're completely throughout California and Arizona. My area covers Indio, Coachella, Palm Desert, Palm Springs, Banning, of course, Beaumont, El Centro, and Brawley, and several other school districts in the area. This is just for reference for you guys. Arbor Access. Arbor Access is an asset management program that comes with the agreement with West Coast Arborists. It's part of it's where the data is managed. The tree information is all accessible to city staff. It is all GPS and identified in there. You can also track the PO and the job balance. You can also see Google view of the tree itself. It's linked to Google. So this is all designed in-house from our IT department, and it's also a mobile version available for the phones if you have staff out in the field. You can also see tree lists. Kevin's very involved with this, and so is Doug. They create work orders, create lists of trees to send. I create the work order, and then we get a crew out, and it's very seamless. There's no need to job walk every time we need trees pruned. Okay. You also have contact information. If you log on, you'll see what foreman is working in your area, and you can call him directly, or you can call the support staff, myself, and the supervisor. Tree values are also in here as well. Here's just an example of some of the lists that Kevin has put together for tree pruning, and you can also follow and see how far along we are in that particular project, 100%, 70%. It's real time. All this information is updated daily. So at the end of the day, your budgets will reflect what work has been done, so we don't go over that budget. And it also reflects the tree count. So if we delete 3 ash trees, you'll see your tree count, your ash trees go down. So it's real time, and we try to keep it as up to date. It's very important that work history is added to each site we touch. Also, city staff can input their own tree information and work that's performed on trees if they like. Emergency response is huge. Inclement weather, sometimes things happen. Trees fall on cars, blocking a roadway. We are available 24/7. We'll typically respond, response time's 2 hours, but we typically respond within an hour. Emails are sent immediately of who's going to respond to this emergency. And once the emergency is done, our foremen take before and after photos and send it as a summary, whether it's for an insurance claim or whatever. The city staff will have that information. Just a quick summary of what else we provide. I'm going to skip this one just for time. And no job is too large or too small. On the left-hand side is a photo of us removing some rotted out eucalyptus in Stewart Park. And on the right is a palm removal from a canyon in San Diego via helicopter. So these are just a snapshot of what we can do. And we do have go back to really quick, a planned healthcare department. We can provide planned healthcare reports. Construction impact reports is another thing I forgot to mention. But aside from that, I want to say thank you for having us in your city. We enjoy working in Beaumont. Your city staff is super tree friendly, and we appreciate all the input they have, and it's been a pleasure to work with you guys.
All right, thank you, Isaac. I do have a quick question for you. So when your crews are out and you notice maybe some adverse conditions for those trees, is that reported back to city staff so they can take care of it? Maybe it's, excessive roots or certain areas are being overwatered or underwatered, that sort of thing. Is that information relayed back from your guys' crew?
So there's certain attributes we look for. If it's decaying, maybe it's declining, the leaves are wilting, or there's a split, some type of physical damage. Those are the standard attributes. And that gets recorded immediately and put into the system, and then an email gets sent to the city staff about which trees need to be inspected or looked at again. It's roots specifically, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Appreciate that.
All right,
Any
thank you.
questions or comments from council? All right, it was very thorough. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, then on to item E2, an Everbridge presentation. Ms. Julie Van Hook.
Good evening. How are you?
Good.
She's on? Okay, wonderful. Today I'm here to introduce you to the city's emergency communications platform, Everbridge, which is an international company that works with both private and government agencies alike. And the company itself keeps people informed during emergencies with information on critical incidences, whether that be by text, phone, or email. As an end user, I know you guys are all aware the last few weeks we've sent out a couple messages, unfortunately. But it goes without saying, that residents are informed and it enhances communication through our community. And with us today is our account manager from Everbridge. Her name is Gina Brambilla. She's actually located in Southern California. And she's going to walk us through the rest of tonight's presentation. She's going to cover some key features of Everbridge and also some benefits as well.
Thank you for the introduction, Julie, and hello, Mayor, Council members, and residents of Beaumont. I am the account manager for your Everbridge system, and Julie's been working really hard, and we've gotten your system set up. And I'm going to share my screen here so you can see our presentation for tonight. Can everyone see the screen okay?
We can see it.
Perfect. I'm going to go off video so I don't have any glitches here. So tonight we're going to cover, why Julie already talked about why you got the system, but we're going to cover our mission, who Everbridge services, how you sign up. And we're also going to discuss a life safety database and also our security and compliance, because I know that's very important to everyone here in this room. So we share the same mission as the city of Beaumont, and it's a people-centric mission. Our mission here at Everbridge is to keep people safe and operations running, and our goal is to empower the city to protect and inform its people. Our system will enable the city to respond quickly, ensure the safety, and provide effective communication in both emergency situations and everyday situations like road closures and community events. Now I want to talk a little bit about who we serve. So we serve all kinds of organizations from entire countries and states like Florida and New York. And also some of your neighbors rely on us to keep their cities safe. For example, the city of Riverside, Palm Springs, Banning, and Norco, to name a few. We also work with the Coachella Valley Water District, which I know is one of your within your jurisdiction. Now, if you follow me to the next slide, I want to talk about what's most important to you. So Julie and I have been working really hard, and it shows. You can sign up for alerts today. So if you have your mobile device, you can actually pull that out and scan that QR code, and it's going to take you to your city website. If you don't have access to a phone, that's okay too. You can visit the website, and you can sign up for alerts via our app or via the member portal. And for those of you that want to stay anonymous and don't want to give us a lot of information but still want to receive alerts, you can actually pull out your phone right now and text the keyword Beaumont, it's not case sensitive, to 888-777, and you'll sign up for alerts that easy. So here you can see what type of alerts that you can expect to receive from the city of Beaumont. For example, anything that's an imminent threat to property or life, emergency situations like active shooter, earthquakes, evacuation notices, and you can receive these different types of alerts how you want to receive them, whether you want it on your cell phone or your voicemail, your home phone, email, like I said, text, and also the app. So the city of Beaumont decided to elect into our life safety database. And I know Julie mentioned earlier that you have already received a few notifications, and you're probably wondering how that happened. So Everbridge, we partner with a company called Newstar, and they use and scour public records from cellular carriers to, any one of those that you can think of. We also scour the U.S. Census and USPS records to get information on your residents and your businesses. So your privacy is protected because all this information that we source is public information. Again, when you sign up for the member portal, that will be tailored to you. So it'll be in addition to this life safety database that the city of Beaumont has access to. And if you're concerned about, receiving these alerts, you can opt out at any time. But please keep in mind that the goal is to keep you all informed when it comes to, life or property, imminent threat to life situations. And the FCC only approves for us to enable the city of Beaumont to use this database for those situations where it's a perceived threat to life or property. And, hand in hand with that goes our security. So Everbridge, we've been doing this for over 20 years, and we hold, these certifications here. They probably don't mean much to you, but, one of the highest and hardest to get certifications is FedRAMP certification and the ISO certification. So as an example, just think about, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. Not only do we hold their certification, but they also rely on our network and system to alert their employees. So, if it's good enough for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, it's definitely something that you can rely on. And the reliability and scalability of our platform can reach over 2 billion people worldwide. So outside of that, if you have any questions, I know that was quick. I had 3 minutes, so I wanted to leave time for questions because I figured you would have a lot of questions.
Gina?
Yes, thank you, Gina, and thank you, Julie. Any questions from council? I don't see any, but just having received the messages, I think it's great, and we had that for the train stoppage, and
Right.
we got notified when it went out, and we also got notified when it was clear, and so that
Right,
was good
right.
too. So,
Good, good. Good feedback.
I personally received some positive feedback from some members of the community on that, and some were a little surprised that, hey, what's this? But then they realized that, hey, it's a great tool and so forth, and so we appreciate the efforts that went into it.
Right, thank you. And then we'll do an official rollout on social media. It's already on our website now, but it will just be one more mechanism for the community to know, right, what they're receiving.
All right, and then we have a policy later in the agenda.
We do, yes.
All right. Gina and Julie, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gina.
Thank you.
Okay, so on to items E3 and E4 with retirement recognition of Maria Oseguera and our years of service recognition of David Garcia. So Carrie Mendoza?
Very quickly, I have a recognition for retired bus driver Maria Oseguera. Unfortunately, she could not be here with us this evening. I don't want to put fingerprints on her nice little plaque, but we still wanted to honor her publicly for her 22 years of service. She started with us in June of 2002 and is retiring June 2024, so 22 years. Her coworkers and her managers praised her for her excellent customer service, her high level of professionalism with the community, her knowledge and understanding of the passengers, her impeccable driving record, and just her high-quality on-time performance was appreciated by her passengers. So I just have a plaque for her, a very special time to celebrate both past accomplishments and those yet to come. For her great successes, her countless accomplishments, extraordinary memories, and phenomenal work. Thank you for your dedication, Maria, and we will miss you. So join me in congratulating Maria on her retirement. And I'm going to let Doug talk about his employee.
All right, so as Maria has the opportunity to watch this later on behalf of the council, thank you very much for a job well done.
That was my hope. Thank you.
Yes, Councilman, we do have a certificate of recognition for one of our employees who is moving on, but has given 15 years of full-time service, 2 years before that, even as a part-time employee, working with our aquatics program when we had the pool going, and then some recreation programs, and part-timer as a groundskeeper, and then full-time with our grounds crew as well. David Garcia has been full-time with us, but he is relocating with his family to Orange County, so we wish him the best, and we just wanted to publicly say that we appreciate his service, appreciate the time and dedication that he's given to this community. Was a Beaumont resident for his whole life and was able to just proudly serve this community. And so we want to say thank you to David and wish him and his family and this new endeavor and adventure that they're on the best of luck, and we appreciate him.
All right, thank you. And for David as well, good luck in your new endeavors, and we'll miss you here in Beaumont. All right. Okay, on to item F, or public comment period. Because we have several public hearings this evening, I'll go ahead and share the information about the public comment, so I don't have to repeat it. So any one person may address the city council on any matter not on the agenda for this next portion or an agenda item that's coming up. There's a 3-minute time limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits the council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. This meeting will be open to the public and conducted in a virtual format to be inclusive of all participation preferences. Public comment participation is encouraged by emailing any comments to the city clerk's office or by calling in using the phone number provided on the front of the agenda. Anyone in person wishing to speak can do so by filling out a form at the back of the room and handing it to a staff member. So, Nicole, do we have any public comments for any items not on tonight's agenda?
No written requests for this section of the agenda. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. So then we will move on to our consent calendar. Do we have any items to be pulled for discussion? Okay, seeing none, can I get a motion?
Mayor, I'll move to approve items G1 through G8.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. And our youth council report, Mr. Martinez, we had senioritis last time, and our recruiting effort was going out, and we're adding in the additional years and new
Yep,
people, and so
and-
anything to add to that?
No, just when we come back in August, we'll be tallying up who we have that have been applying and continue that recruitment through the end of August.
All right, super. Thank you, sir. Okay, on to item I-1, so it begins our public hearings. So this is a continued public hearing for adoption of development impact fees, a nexus study, and development impact fee schedule. And so we have a staff report by Ms. Jennifer Eustace. And, okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Can you pull that microphone down a little bit close? There you go.
There we go.
Thank
Can
you.
you hear me?
I'll
All
hear you
right.
better.
So yes, this evening, we have the second public hearing for Development Impact Fee Nexus Study and Fee Schedule. Just to give a little background, the city hired Wildan Financial Services to conduct Development Impact Fee Nexus Study. The study came to council on May 7th for review. Prior to May 7th, there was a stakeholder webinar held on April 30th. At May 7th, the meeting was continued. There were some items that were requested from council. We did hold another stakeholder in-person meeting, and that was done on June 5th. And so this evening, what we have is the consultant is here, Carlos from Wildan Financial. He's going to go over the study as well as some changes from the last time that you saw them.
Thank you, Jennifer. Let me bring the presentation up here. All right, Carlos Villarreal from Wildan Financial Services. I'm also joined by our managing principal, James Edison, who will be available to answer questions. And I will give the presentation again. Just so we're all on the same page, what are impact fees? Impact fees are a one-time charge, typically imposed at the building permit stage to all development projects within a defined geographic area. In this case, all of the fees are calculated citywide except for the new library district fee, which would also be calculated in the city, but could also be charged in the unincorporated areas of the library district. But the key to the study is that we need to identify that the fees need to fund the facilities that serve new development. In California, it's the Mitigation Fee Act that lays out how a local agency would calculate and implement an impact fee. The Mitigation Fee Act lays out several key findings that need to be made with regards to impact fees. First, the study needs to demonstrate that new development creates the need for facilities, that new development will benefit from the use of the fee revenue, and that the fees are roughly proportional to new development's share of facility costs. We also need to document the purpose of the fee and how the city plans to use the fee revenue. Recently, AB 602 was passed at the state level that made several changes to how fees are calculated and implemented in California. There's some housekeeping items like making sure that an agency makes the current fee schedule, nexus studies, and annual and 5-year reporting available on its website. There has been a change to the adoption process, which the city has complied with, namely that the city needs to provide 30 days notice before bringing the nexus study to the city council for adoption. And then in terms of technical changes, residential fees need to be calculated per square foot. Their study complies with that. Large jurisdictions, which are defined as cities within a county of 250,000 or greater residents, shall adopt a capital improvement plan as part of the nexus study. The nexus study should identify the level of service, and if the fees are increasing, the study needs to review the original nexus study and evaluate the amount of fees collected under the original fee. Recently, there was a Supreme Court decision regarding development impact fees that was concerning the El Dorado County's transportation impact fee program. The Supreme Court had a pretty narrow ruling, but it held that legislatively adopted exactions like fee programs are not exempt from constitutional scrutiny, basically nexus and proportionality. The court did not evaluate whether El Dorado County's nexus analysis met those requirements, and it's been remanded to the California courts for further proceedings. So we will find out at some point down the road what the California courts have to say about that particular study, and at which point we'll be sure that we comply with whatever the local or the state courts rule. So here's our basic methodology. We start by estimating demand for facilities, and we think about demand as people who live and work in the city. We identify demand today and out to a defined planning horizon. We can then identify facility standards, and I'll discuss facility standards more in a subsequent slide, but facility standards are a measure of demand for facilities, the common example here being acres per 1,000 residents, or park acres per 1,000 residents, I should say. We can then determine new facility needs and costs either through those standards or by other planning documents that the city has prepared. And then we can allocate a share of the planned facilities to accommodate growth. In the case where the facilities will serve both existing and new development, it is not appropriate to make new development fully fund those facilities. So we would need to identify the alternative funding needed to fully fund those facilities, essentially existing development share of the future level of service. And then finally, we can calculate the fee schedule by allocating the cost per unit of new development. This next slide here lists out all of the development impact fee categories included in the study. I should note that the 4 categories at the end of the list in italics are new facility categories that the city does not currently charge. So those would be new if you chose to implement them. The other categories listed there are fees that the city currently charges, and we have just refreshed the assumptions to match the latest planning and growth projections. Regarding growth projections or demand for facilities, we used a 2040 growth projection from the city's general plan that envisions quite a large amount of growth, almost 24,000 new residents, almost 7,000 new dwelling units, and 16,753 new jobs within the city limits in that time frame. So consequently, with that increase in demand for facilities, the city, or demand for services, the city will need to provide services and would need the facilities to house those services to meet that demand. We did make some changes since the April 19th report. Based on discussions with city staff, we did update the High Cube warehouse trip rate from the High Cube transload and short-term storage warehouse to the High Cube parcel hub warehouse based on discussions that essentially we felt that the High Cube parcel warehouse trip rate was more appropriate to use and was a better reflection of the types of trip generation that the city would see. We are also providing 2 additional transportation scenarios that would be lower impact fees for the transportation fees based on only funding the near-term identified projects and then the near-term plus the mid-term projects in the second scenario. And the study has all of the projects, so near-term, mid-term, plus long-term projects. So I mentioned facility standards or cost allocation methods earlier on. This study uses a variety of methods, and I'll sort of run through them now. The first method that's used here is called the buy-in approach, and here is where new development is buying into excess capacity in the city's current facilities. This approach is used for the wastewater treatment plant. Currently, the wastewater treatment plant has excess capacity that could be used to serve new development. So we take the cost or the adjusted cost of the wastewater treatment plant, we divide that by the total capacity provided by that plant, and we get a cost per gallon per day of sewer flow that can be treated by the plant, and that drives the impact fee. So long as there is capacity in the plant, you could charge that fee so that new development buys into that existing excess capacity. The next approach is called the existing inventory approach. And here is where we want to make sure that new development maintains the same ratio of facilities to demand that currently exists in the city as new development occurs. So the example here would be park acres per 1,000 residents. We can quantify the current number of park acres currently serving the residential population of the city, and then set the fee so that as new residents come into town, they would maintain that same ratio of park acres per person going forward. The next approach is called the system plan approach. Here is where the city is envisioning an increase in the level of service. So we would evaluate the cost per person or the cost to serve a person in terms of facilities, not today with your existing level of service, but at that planning horizon in the future, once new development has occurred and once the identified planned facilities have been built. So the math there is we take the replacement cost of your existing facilities, we add the replacement cost of the future identified facilities, and then divide that by demand at the planning horizon to arrive at a cost per person at the planning horizon. Now, this approach results in a higher level of service than currently exists. New development can pay their fair share of that higher level of service, but new development or the fee revenue will not be sufficient to fully fund all of the facilities. So using the system plan approach, the city is making the commitment to fully fund the identified facilities in the study so that new development gets what they paid for. And then the final approach is called the planned facilities approach. Here is where the identified planned facilities drive the fee calculation. We take the planned facilities or the share that can be allocated to new development and divide that by the increase in demand, get a cost per unit of demand. This, for example, this is used for the transportation facilities fee. You get a cost per trip, and that cost per trip drives the fee calculation. So what did we use for which fee categories? This next slide lays that out. We used the existing standard approach where we're asking new development to maintain the existing ratio of facilities to demand for parks, library district, and storm drainage fees. The system plan approach was used for recreation, fire, police, recycled water, general plan, emergency preparedness, maintenance equipment, and public facilities fees. Again, we are envisioning, or the city is envisioning, an increase in the level of service. The impact fees will not fully fund these facilities, and the city will need to chip in alternative funding to fully fund those facilities. The planned facilities approach is used for the transportation, sewer facilities, and trails fee. And finally, that buy-in approach is used for the sewer capacity fee. I should note that the sewer capacity fee and the sewer facilities fee fund separate facilities. The capacity fee is buying into the capacity at the wastewater treatment plant, and the facilities fee is funding the transmission facilities, so sewer mains and lift stations, to get the waste from the city to the wastewater treatment plant. This next slide summarizes the major plant facilities. There are quite a few of them. I'm not going to read through all of them. But of course, the study has more detail on all of these plant facilities, and it's these facilities that drive the fee calculations in many cases. We wanted to make a note that there has been significant cost escalation. If nothing else in the study had changed since the last time the city updated its fees in 2017. This slide here shows the California Construction Cost Index, which is published by the state, but it's based on the Building Cost Index and the Construction Cost Index from the Engineering News Record, specific to the, I believe, Los Angeles and San Francisco markets. You can see there in 2017, that's the last time the city updated their fees, and you can also see that since COVID, cost escalation has been quite aggressive throughout the state. If you take a look at the change in the construction cost index since 2017 through 2024, that index has increased by almost 52%. We all know that costs escalated quickly after the pandemic, and supply chain and labor shortages drove construction costs higher. And again, if no other changes were made to the fee program, the fees would have to be increased by 51.9% just to keep up with inflation. This next slide demonstrates the total identified project cost. The projected impact fee revenue, but I think it's also important to note the additional funding required if the city wants to implement the fees at the maximum justified level in order to justify implementing the fees at those levels. So between now and 2040, the impact fees could generate about $417 million, but the city would be committing to fully funding all of the projects in the study, which would require about $368.1 million between now and that time. So by adopting the maximum justified fees, again, the city would be making that commitment to fully fund the facilities so that new development gets the level of service they are paying for when they pay the fees at the maximum justified levels, or if they were to pay the fees at the maximum justified levels. And here's the punchline. This next slide shows the maximum justified fee schedule. I should note that all fees here are expressed per square foot. Currently, the city's residential fees are charged per dwelling unit, so per single family unit or per multifamily unit. To comply with AB 602, the fees are charged or calculated here per square foot. So obviously, a larger home would pay a proportionally higher fee than a smaller home. Now, I mentioned one of the changes or one of the options that we're presenting tonight are different alternatives for the transportation fee, which is one of the larger fees included in the study. We got some information regarding the priorities of the various, the various transportation projects included in the study. Those are listed on the column all the way to the right. And we could then calculate the fees for different levels of priority. Say we wanted the fees to only fund the near-term projects, we can calculate the fees for that. Midterm, and then all the projects combined are what's documented in the study. So here's the way the math works. We take the costs allocated to new development less your existing fund balance. So under the near-term project alternative, the existing fund balance would be sufficient to fully fund the road and bridge costs and the transportation signals costs. So those fees would go away, and the fee would only fund the identified near-term railroad crossings. We take the net cost allocated to new development, divide that by the increase in trips, and get a cost per trip that drives the fee schedule. The second version of the table just below there shows what the fee or the cost per trip would be if the city elects to fund the near-term and the midterm projects. Again, we take the net cost allocated to development, divide that by the increase in trips, and get a cost per trip. And just to demonstrate what the fee schedules would look like, and I'll just discuss this in terms of what the fee looks like per square foot for a for a residential dwelling unit per square foot. If you are just funding the near-term projects, that fee would be 35 cents per square foot. If you're funding the near-term plus the midterm projects, the road and bridge fee would be 93 cents per square foot plus the railroad crossings fee of 35 cents per square foot. And finally, there's several more slides, but the last section here wanted to leave you with a comparison, both to your current fee program, but also to some of your neighbors, just to put the maximum justified fees into some context. So wanted to point out a couple things. First, the city charges some fees that vary by location where you're building within the city. So to sort of bookend the potential range of fees that one might be paying, we expressed your current fees both in terms of a low scenario and a high scenario. The maximum justified fee is calculated based on a 2,687 square foot residential unit because, of course, the new fees are calculated per square foot compared to your current fees, which are charged per dwelling unit. So I just wanted to make that assumption clear. Of course, if you built a larger unit, the fees would be proportionally higher and vice versa. And then we also included the couple of water districts, cities of Banning, Calamasa, and Moreno Valley. I should note that the Moreno Valley fees that you see here, the city just adopted a new fee schedule, which is being phased in over 8 years, so increases of roughly 25% every 2 years. And the Moreno Valley fees that you're seeing in the fee schedule here are on that first step of the phase-in. So they will be increasing, but over a long time horizon. So that's the single-family comparison. The next comparison would be for 20 multifamily units. All the caveats I mentioned still apply here. We have the low and high fees for the current fees, the maximum justified fees, and the same comparison jurisdictions. The next slide here shows that same comparison for a retail project. This next slide is for an industrial business park of 50,000 square feet. Next slide is for 100,000 square feet of high cube industrial. And finally, 1 million square feet of high cube industrial. So finally, wanted to leave you with a few policy options. And excuse me, I'm recovering from a cold, so apologies for the coughing. Your council could choose to implement some fees that are less than the maximum justified amounts. You could choose to phase in the increases over time, like Moreno Valley, but you could also implement them over a different time horizon. That's a policy decision that's up to you. And finally, you could reduce or exempt fees for certain land uses that you want to encourage. The typical example here is affordable housing, but you could reduce or exempt fees for any particular land use, so long as you're not increasing the fees on the other land uses to compensate for what you're exempting or reducing. And that's it for the presentation. Would be happy to answer any questions you might have. And like I mentioned, our managing principal, James Edison, is here as well to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Carlos. At this time, we'll go to our public comments, and so we'll call you back up for any questions the council may have. And so with that, we will open our public hearing at 7:01. And Nicole, do we have any public comments?
Yes, sir. I have some written comments, and then I have some in-person speakers. So I can call up the first three, and while they get ready, I can read the first letter.
Okay, thank you.
It's going to be James Brownyard, Hall Woods, and Doug Driesma. And while they get ready, I will read this letter. This is from McDonald Property Group. Dear Mayor and City Council members, I'm writing you this letter to thank the City of Beaumont staff, management for reviewing and updating the City Development Impact Fee Schedule. While the positive managed growth throughout the city over the past decade has prompted this change, the impact fees have arbitrarily adjusted without real comparison to the impact on the development community. From our perspective, it will result in extreme overweight burden to future industrial. In general, the increase is too large to absorb in one swoop. As developers over 6.0 million square feet of completed industrial projects within the City of Beaumont during the last 7 years, we respectfully want to share very relative data with you. Attached, find a direct line item comparison of diff fees we paid for the United Legwear of 1,777,000 square feet in 2002 to the new fees proposed should we apply these increased fee schedules to the same building in 2024. We acknowledge that the city created 3 new fee line items, namely sewer capacity, storm drain, and maintenance. Below are the comparison highlights, which are startling. Overall, diff fees increase is plus 10 times total from 2.7 million to 22 million. Transportation fees, which include road and bridge plus railroad crossing, increased from 700,000 to 11 million. The overall increase for the same building is 1,500%. Something is very wrong here. Sewer capacity fee is a new fee and calculates significantly impactful at 2.3 PSF. The net result, if our calculations are correct, is that the overall diff fees are increasing for new industrial development by $10 PSF, or about 800%. This is an overreach. We urge council to reevaluate the methodology of the transportation fee and the sewer capacity fee before you approve this fee increase. Respectfully, McDonald Property Group. And then we can go to the in-person speakers, starting with James.
Legislative Affairs Organization representing the construction industry. Well, you should have received the previous time our letter. It was about 7 pages, and it basically points out that while we appreciate knowing what the existing population is, has already paid for in facilities and provided facilities and that function, and that under AB 602, that is your automatic nexus to the future building. Most of your products, your facilities, you asked to increase the level of service. Quality of life, it's great. We can increase that, use the future funds, and help us improve the city all around. However, there's still a burden on the existing population. The existing population owes basically the matching amount that the new development's going to pay. They're going to be paying a higher rate per square foot or per home than the existing population is already invested in the city. In order to meet the requirements of the Mitigation Fee Act and AB 602, there needs to be a nexus to what the facilities are now, what the existing population is willing to invest in the future, that the new homes, new businesses are going to pay 100% of their share at the time of construction. There is also within your study shows, okay, we're going to increase the level of service to a certain point. The existing population is going to buy into that as well to a certain point, and then there's going to be a shared future amount of investment by both the existing and future construction, homes, residents, business owners. What we have here, though, is a problem on where we're going to get that money out of the existing population. Future population, future business owners are going to pay 100% of what they owe the city. The existing population still has to find that money. Any monies found after somebody pays their fee in full, the future population pays their fees in full. Next year, the tax rolls come around, the city invests some of that money from the new businesses, the new homes, basically paying a higher property tax, right? And some of that is going to go to fund basically the existing population share as well as their future share if that is part of this program. I like how this study's built out. It shows exactly who owes what, but it doesn't show how that's going to happen. There's a responsibility. It's an equity problem. And if you don't solve that problem, it's a violation of both the Mitigation Fee Act and Prop 26 as an illegal tax. And that's my time. If you have any questions, I'll still be here. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Next speaker is Hall Woods.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Hal Woods. I am a co-founder and co-owner of Centerstone Communities. We're a regional home builder and have emphasized most of our business on affordable housing and on first-time home buyers, and it's been very rewarding helping families live the dream. And we're here tonight to express and encourage you to sharpen your pencils wherever you can with the single-family houses and so forth. We've been a stakeholder here in Beaumont for nearly 40 years and have approximately 370 homes on the drawing board with your approval. And would like to see some young families and to vitalize the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Hal.
Next speaker is Doug Driedsma.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff members. Thank you. Doug Juritzma, Land Advisors. I've had the good pleasure of transacting on large parcels of land in the city of Beaumont for over 30 years. And so I've seen development costs and development impact fees escalate pretty significantly over that period of time. And to the point where, even prior to the now contemplated increase, it almost being cost prohibitive. I don't look at the fees in a vacuum. I have to combine them with the development costs, and they referenced about a 50% increase in those development costs over, I think, since the pandemic. So couple that with the development impact fees, and we're approaching $200,000 per residential lot for horizontal improvement costs and development impact fees. You can only imagine what that does to the price of a attainable residence. So having said that, the state has mandated on a variety of different occasions that the desire to increase housing across all sectors, up and down the state, and in essence, the large increase in development impact fees will create a de facto moratorium. Home builders, and I'm in communication with all of them, if these fees go up this significantly, we'll essentially see a stop in all new residential construction activity. I've been told that there isn't a great desire, perhaps on the part of council, to see new residential, that they would rather see new industrial, although if those fees go up tenfold, I'm not sure that that's going to happen either. But having said all that, I would strongly urge the council to take a step back and look at the overall impact of this. The term stakeholders has been referenced a number of times, and in my world, a stakeholder is a landowner. And when I look at the fiscal impact to these landowners, it's not a couple $100,000, it's millions and millions of dollars for people, and I'll single out Hal, who have owned property for 40 years, and to see the impact to a land residual in that particular case, it's astronomical, and it just doesn't feel good. And so, again, I would strongly urge council and staff. I appreciate all the effort that's gone into it. It was very, very thorough, but at the end of the day, those that have to implement it, it's going to be incredibly challenging. And then when you couple it with the new design guidelines that were implemented in fall of last year, it's somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000 a unit. That's impactful. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Doug.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have 2 callers on the line.
Okay, you can go ahead and send one through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Go right ahead.
Hello, this is Ron Roy from Fairway Canyon. And I wanted to talk about the industrial high cube warehouse impact fees. And, these warehouses that are coming in are doing major damage to our communities. Our property values are lowering. It's going to affect our traffic. I can already see the trucks taking over on my side of town, even downtown Beaumont and on First Street. They're taking over, and they're generating way more pollution. If you looked at the sky today, you could see how brown the sky was. Now let's contrast that real quick with what developers are getting for lease revenue. At $19.58 a square foot from a recent commercial study, a 1 million square foot warehouse gets $235 million per year in rent. A 5 million square foot project gets $1.2 billion. Now, I'm being generous when I think that the city of Beaumont will be lucky if we start seeing anywhere about 20% of that money. 80% is going to leave, and we're left holding the bag with all these negative impacts. And we're going to suffer for generations. So I'm asking the city council to raise these fees. And if I may, I just wanted to bring up E1, maximum justified development impact fee schedule. If you look at the industrial high cube rates, they're so substantially lower than the other land use categories. I'm looking at 0.19 for industrial high cube versus 0.68 for industrial park. And also, if you could please also discuss table 8.5, it's one of the attachments. The industrial high cubes are only getting 0.92 cents per square foot. And that's just so much lower. I mean, you look at commercial, it's 3.51. There's something wrong with this picture for the damage these warehouse developers and the pollution they're generating. So as a final point, I wanted to ask, what is the status right now in the California law? Does Beaumont or cities like Beaumont, can they collect pollution impact fees? Because these trucks are creating crazy amount of pollution. Also, if they're not, what agencies are involved, and does Beaumont get a prorated share from like a regional agency? And so please raise these fees. I mean, we're going to live with this forever. And please, as a footnote, obviously I'd be much happier if you denied all future warehouses. But for tonight, if you could just discuss those two tables and increase the fees. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
I'll call the next three in person. Jarnay Gardner, Lauren Dickinson, and Bill Blankenship.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem Mayor, and City Council members. My name is Jarnay Gardner, and I'm representing the ownership of Track 32850 that recorded March of last year, consisting of 95 lots and a park on Manzanita Road in South Beaumont. I've been in the development industry for over 40 years, right around 40, and I'm not a day over the 50. But I would like to commend you all for your time and effort that went into this Nexus study with the intent to provide adequate facilities and services for the current and future residents of the city of Beaumont. I am here tonight, though, to express objection to these proposed increases. It is more than double the current fee amount. Fee increases seem to be inevitable, however, they should be within a range of affordability. These new facilities and services are not needed until the year 2040, which is 16 years away, and a lot could change between now and 2040. Is it really necessary to collect all of the facility increases within the next 4 years? Within 4 years, the fee per home, based on the average square footage, goes from $20,457 to $44,120. That is $22,000 more, and that's just for the average home that was in the Nexus study. Most homes are $3,000 and more, so you can imagine that that number goes up and up and up. This fee increase will definitely have a negative impact on our housing development, as the builder will need to pass these increases on to the future buyers of these homes via increased home prices. How many families are going to be able to afford these increases? Right now, families are struggling just to get into new homes. In September, City Council adopted new residential design standards. We personally have analyzed these new standards with an architect that adds substantial increases to the building cost. These numbers are astronomical. This, coupled with the proposed fee increases, could unintentionally cause a housing moratorium because the numbers just don't pencil out for home builders to keep prices affordable. I respectfully ask for council to reevaluate the needs reflected in the Nexus study to reduce the fee increases to something more acceptable to help ensure that builders will be able to continue building in the city of Beaumont. Thank you.
Thank you, Jarnay.
Mayor Fenn, council members, I'm Lauren Dickinson, Director of the Beaumont Library District. There's a lot of confusion about the Beaumont Library District. We are a special district library. We were created through a public vote in 1911. We have an elected 5-member Board of Trustees. As you all know, we are not part of the city. We are not part of the county. And as Councilmember Martinez knows, we are not even part of the school district like a lot of our community members think. We are an independent special district. We've been in existence for 113 years. And as far as I know, we are the only agency, municipality within this area that has never received a single dollar of impact fees. We have a $15 million project that is greatly needed. Our library building, and we have only one single facility that was built with Carnegie dollars in 1914, has only been expanded once, and that was nearly 60 years ago, back in 1965. Since that time, our population district, which also includes Cherry Valley and the city of Beaumont, has increased by 11 times. We've been working on a project to get this building expanded for a long time. This $15 million project will be supplemented by a nearly $5 million grant from the state library, $1 million in ARPA funding, and even if we get the impact fees that were calculated in the study, we'll still have to fund half of that project ourselves through bond indebtedness. I thank the city for including us in this study. This is the first time that we've had any help from the city to get impact fees. The amount of the money that would go to the library district in these calculations is less than 1% of the grand total of all the different subject areas that were in the study. I thank you for your time, and I hope that regardless of what you do with these other issues, that you will think about the library and that you will immediately vote in favor of having this fee for us because it is much needed, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lauren.
Good evening. My name is Bill Blankenship. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, and staff. I'm here this evening representing NAIOP Inland Empire Chapter. I would like to begin by thanking staff and thanking you for your leadership and creating a process for us to weigh in on this fee study. From an industry perspective, we started out at roughly $7, bear with me for a second, $7.88. That was the proposed fee, which was roughly 3 times the current fee today. And it was apparently discovered after the last city council meeting that there had been a mistake made and that the High Cube logistics fee was going to go to over $12.40 or $12.40 a square foot. Obviously, that is a shock. Obviously, the first fee was a shock at a 3-fold increase. Now it's a 5-fold increase. And in going through the time with staff and your fee consultant, we learned that the city had used a trip generation model that was called Parcel Hub. And to us, a Parcel Hub in the industry is something that you see around airports. It's something that would be applied to UPS, DHL, FedEx type facility. So we're kind of at a loss why the city is not using a blended approach at a minimum. We certainly have not seen any trends out here. Maybe staff has seen trends that we're not seeing as far as how all future development will be a parcel hub. So we think that's a great error in the study. We also find, from my years of experience working on DIF studies, a fee study that only has a 16-year horizon to build the amount of facilities that are in your study is great. I've never seen one personally that I can recall beyond 25 years. So I think that there are quite a few things in this study need to be revisited. I submitted a letter today, went to the council, went to staff, outlining a lot of issues. We did have a meeting and we did address quite a few of those issues, but I have to admit that after that meeting, there was probably more questions. That's what added and how our appendix got to be 4 pages. So I'm respectfully requesting that you not adopt the fee study tonight, you not adopt the Nexus study, and you have the stakeholders who would like to be involved, work with staff, work with your fee consultant. I think there's a lot that needs to be looked at, and certainly the fair share portion needs to be looked at as well. I highly doubt that the city, unfortunately, will not be able to raise the amount of money in the next 16 years to pay for all the facilities. So with that, I respectfully request that we do not adopt this fee analysis tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Rudy, do you still have a caller on the line?
Yep.
Go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Manuel Mancha. I'm an entitlement consultant, and I'm representing a major developer that wants to come into your community. And I believe that this fee increase is definitely a deterrent. In the real estate community, you know, when developers are coming into California, you know, they want to look at cities, and I believe that this fee increase will mark your city as the highest fees in Riverside County, which to me is a deterrent. And when those fees are implemented, they have to be paid by somebody, okay? And I believe, as Mr. Juritzma said, okay, that it goes down to your stakeholders, your property owners who lived there for a long time and want to sell and retire and have a good life. Those fee increases will come down to them and say their land value is not as much as it is because of all the costs to develop a property in your city. I believe that, you know, it's time. You know, your city is in the path of growth, and you should reap, you know, for your community, but you should reap something that's guaranteed, okay? If you get, you know, zero, then the community gets zero. But if you get something that you can get, if you get 50% of your projected cost for your community improvements, everybody benefits. So I believe that a phasing of these fees would probably be something you should look at, because everybody knows that, you know, you should come into Beaumont now, okay, and develop before their fees go up, okay, and this encourages development. But that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I do have another written comment to read.
Okay.
This letter is from the Building Industry Association of Southern California. Dear Honorable City Mayor and City Council members, the Riverside County chapter of the Building Industry Association of Southern California and our hundreds of home builders, trade partners, and suppliers throughout our region, we are submitting this letter regarding concerns with the City of Beaumont Development Impact Fee Nexus Study Update dated May 31st, 2024. This proposed DIF study drastically increases the fees for new developments well beyond any inflationary changes or other index increases, and will have negative financial effects as prior budgeting efforts or evaluations of projects will no longer be remotely valid. Additionally, the proposed DIF study has not accomplished some of the main goals intended with AB 602. Impact fees are to be more transparent. A justification for the needed proposed level of service is to be provided, and housing is supposed to be made more affordable. Yet within the proposed DIF study, it is not specified nor justified as to how new development creates the need for the enormous amount of facilities proposed. There is not sufficient detail provided as to the existing or planned facilities for the storm drain fee, nor do many of the fees establish a nexus between the impacts created by new development and the fees proposed. The proposed DIF study calculates a total impact fee for a typical unit within the city that is over 2 times larger than the existing fee, approximately $20,000 to approximately $44,000. These new fees are not in line with other jurisdictions and represent an unreasonably major outlier in comparison. Lastly, the time frame for the proposed DIF study is approximately 16 years. A typical time frame for these studies is at least 25 years. Further, in these 16 years, the city will need to collect approximately $384,384,000 from existing development to ensure that both existing development and new development pay for the same level of service. If this amount fails to be collected, then the proposed DIF study will effectively have required new development to pay for an increased level of service in the city, which violates one of the major requirements in increasing development impact fees. The Riverside County chapter of the BIA respectfully requests that you allow further review of the proposed DIF study. We also appreciate your consideration of a phased implementation of the new fees. While your staff report recommends a 4-year phase-in, we would request an 8-year phase-in, like that of neighboring cities such as Moreno Valley, who your consultant noted in their report as a model. Attached below to this letter are comments reflecting some of our primary concerns regarding changes arising out of the proposed DIF study.
All right, thank you. Nicole, do you have any more comments?
No other written comments. Rudy, do we have any other callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, and so we'll close the public hearing, I will close the public hearing at 7:31, and then we'll turn the time over to council for some questions. And so, Carlos, could we have you come back up? I'll start off with a question. On page 11 of your presentation, it's not numbered, I think, on our sheet, though. But in reference to the fee program methodologies, where you mentioned with the sewer capacity buy-in, and then we have our sewer facilities on the planned facilities side. Can you take just a quick moment and explain what happens when we reach the capacity limit of the sewer plant itself?
So once you reach that capacity limit, it is no longer within bounds to charge that buy-in component anymore. I would assume before you reach that capacity, the sewer treatment plant's capacity would have to be expanded beyond the 6 million gallons per day, which it's currently rated for, at which point the fee should be recalibrated to match whatever costs are associated with that additional capacity needed at the plant.
And that, I'll call it new development, that reaches that point, that's when, if we hit that capacity, then it's from that point forward, if anybody new coming in would be responsible for the expansion. And Robert, am I along the right lines of questioning with that? Is that correct?
Yes. So the buy-in component, the plant can accommodate 6 million gallons per day total capacity. And once that capacity is all used up with additional development, then it will need to be expanded and the fee should be recalibrated to accommodate whatever costs are needed to further expand the capacity beyond that 6 million gallons per day.
Okay. And then on page 14, and it was addressed in some of the comments that we had, the cost, the column on the right, the bottom right-hand figure of the $368 million that the additional funding is required. Is there a time limit that's associated with the capital improvements and so forth that are needed that this funds go to?
So the study looks at a planning horizon of 2040, but I would encourage folks to think about that as an increment of growth rather than an exact year, because we don't know exactly when those growth projections will be achieved. So if I could refer back to the growth projection slide, that 384 million or whatever the figure is needs to be matched to the impact fee revenue by the time this amount or this increment of growth has been reached. So it might happen in 2040, it might happen in 2045. It's really the increment of growth that we're planning for, and that's what will drive when the additional funding needs to be fully
realized to fully fund all of the projects.
Okay, thank you. So I'll turn some time over to council for some questions, and I may have some more myself. Mr. White, I see your light on, so why don't you go first?
Yeah, I have a number of questions. Let's start with the planning horizon. The planning horizon of 16 years. Is Woodland doing a study for the county? You working on a fee study for the county?
Yes, we are.
What's the planning horizon on that?
I believe it's 2040 as well.
It's not. I think it's 25 years.
Is it? I don't recall off the top of my head, but.
Okay, how about the other cities that you've done? Are they all 16 years?
It depends. It's on a case-by-case basis. We work with the jurisdictions to identify the reasonable growth projection and then work with them. Yeah.
Okay, so on a case-by-case, you talk about current residents' responsibilities for their share. So when you do that, do you look at, for example, our police department is looking at, for a new police department, we're looking at about 49 million. Do you look at the fact that our police department right now is very underserved as far as the number of communities we have? And then do you take that into account as to what share of bringing the current police department up to standards that would properly serve our existing people, and then adjust that 49 million in your study?
Well, that's reflected by the magnitude of the planned facilities. So we take the information. I don't do space planning for police or fire or any particular facility. I use the plans that were provided to me, or the planning documents provided to me by each jurisdiction that indicate what is an appropriate sized facility to serve their growth. And then we allocate that based on the methodologies that we have at our disposal.
So you don't look at the fact that we're already, our service for our existing citizens is significantly lower than it should be.
Well, the assumption is that the planned facility will both accommodate that existing deficiency, which is why there is such a large unfunded portion of the police fee that needs to be funded by other sources. That represents existing development share, bringing that level up to an acceptable level of service, and also accommodates new developments, increase in demand as well.
Okay, and what was the cost of our study? How much what is the city paying for this study?
Oh, it's about 50,000.
50,000? Okay. You use the residents of 80,000 by 2040, which is 16 years. My understanding, according to SCAG, isn't 80,000 our build out, or is it 85? 80,000?
Yeah, I think it's 80,000.
So 80,000 is maximum build. You assume that we're going to be at maximum build in 16 years?
That was the figure straight from the general plan. So
Okay, and how many houses do we already have entitled right now? Anybody know that number?
Less than 1,000.
Less than 1,000, so 1,000 homes. So we're gonna have 20 people per home living in there? I think those numbers need to be reevaluated. Let's talk about some other numbers. I think my understanding is that the plan that you were given to calculate these numbers were based on our capital improvement plan. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, on capital improvement plan is a time frame of 5 years. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, so we're using a 5-year plan. And I noticed that the Beaumont interchange is not on this plan. Is that correct? Okay. So I don't have your last study that you did here before, but when we talked about it before, I think someone brought up the 350 million that would be our share. I have been on council for 10 years, and we've received funding for Potrero. I don't think we've received any other significant funding sources. Am I wrong? In the last 10 years? Okay. So on Potrero, we ended up getting about 30 million, I believe, from the state, and another 8 to 10 million RCTC. I could have the sources mixed up. But this plan, when you use a 16-year horizon, is indicating that we're going to build projects that we're going to need to come up with $350 million, which is our share, or close to our share, if that number is correct. The state of California has said no more money for transportation unless to do anything to increase capacity. So the state funding is not there. And the federal funding, in my understanding, only applies to federal projects such as the I-10. So when we look at some of these items on here, Pennsylvania, grade SEP, we need 65 million. I'm hoping this item that says Oak Valley I-10 interchange design is not just design, because that's 85 million. And our share that we need to come up with is 78 million. So I assume that was just an error there. I think, and then when I look at I also noticed a discrepancy in the numbers that you gave us in your Wildan report in the last meeting compared to what we're showing now. I know that you mentioned there was an error that was discovered. Can you tell me about that error? How it was discovered, and explain what the error was that you guys corrected?
Yeah, we had used the incorrect trip rate for estimating the trip generation from high cube warehouses. In discussions with your public works director, we wanted to use a higher trip rate because that could potentially reflect the actual trip generation of those types of uses. So we used a different trip rate that reflects a higher level of trip generation than had been assumed in the prior study. The net effect of that is that it shifted more of the burden towards that high cube warehouse land use and away from all the other land uses. So the other fees decreased and the high cube warehouse fee increased to reflect their various amounts of trip generation.
So I don't understand, where's the error? What was the error?
We had a discussion on the trip rate to use. I had chosen the wrong trip rate, and it was that we had discussed that we should have used the higher trip rate.
And why did you choose the other trip rate?
I probably had it left over in my spreadsheet from an earlier project, so.
I'm really not impressed with your study when you tell me things like that. So in here, we also talk about a storm drain facility fee. Can you explain that? What's the storm drain facility fee?
Yeah, so the fee would fund the expansion of storm drains. The city does not currently have a storm drain master plan, so we use an existing facility standard approach similar to what is used for parks. So there are a current amount of storm drains that are currently serving the city, and there's a current amount of impervious service in the city today. And the storm drain fee is calculated so that it would maintain the ratio of storm drains to impervious surface as impervious surface increases.
Okay, and according to you, it's been quoted a couple times, I think even by you, as far as the state requirements of a nexus study and proportionality. How do you do a nexus study when you don't have a list of the drain? I mean, you've got at least a CPI list for all the other projects, but if you don't have a list of the drain storm facilities, how do you create a nexus study when you don't have a list?
Well, we do know what the city currently has. We know the city's current existing inventory of storm drains. There's an appendix table that lists out all of the city-owned current facilities.
Okay.
And the fee is calibrated so that that ratio of facilities to impervious surface is maintained going forward. The same way as if the park fee, in terms of park acres per 1,000 residents, would be maintained. It's the same concept, it's just applied to storm drain.
Okay.
But I should also mention that there is a list of storm drain facilities in the study. It's from the CIP. It's only out for the first 5 years. Those do not drive the fee calculation, but it does document where the city would spend the impact fee revenue as it comes in.
But I'm not sure that we should really follow that closely, the CIP 5-year study, because as we pointed out, the biggest project that we have is not in the 5-year study.
Well, that's why we use the existing facility standard approach, because the initial fee revenue could be used to fund the facilities in the planned facility list, knowing that there will be additional storm drain facilities that have not yet been identified that could also be funded with the fee revenue. The initial fee revenue could be used to fund a storm drain master plan that would fully identify all of the facilities needed, and then the fee could be recalibrated based on the results of that study.
Okay, and then let's talk about your alternative financing or fee study. So you have near-term, mid-term, long-term. What determines near-term versus long-term?
Your Public Works Director provided the categories there.
Is it by priority, or is it by, because I think Highland Springs is more likely, because we're working with another agency, a couple other agencies on that, is more likely to get completed than Beaumont Avenue or I don't see Pennsylvania grade SEP on here. Is that a mid,
Sure, so-
Pennsylvania grades up midterm, near term, long term?
Pennsylvania grade SIP is a short term.
Okay, because I'm not seeing it on your list here. Maybe I'm,
Yeah, it's on the very bottom. It's under railroad.
okay. So I just don't understand how we are going to come up with $350 million for these projects in the next 16 years. I think 25 years is a more acceptable time period. I don't believe that we are going to be at maximum build-out by 2040, especially since I don't believe we have that many more homes entitled at this point. And then, you know, the one lady back there brought up the idea that these fees on residential will make our homes even more unaffordable to our community at this point. I don't think the numbers that you're presenting me are numbers that I think are reasonable. And I would at a minimum suggest that you remove in your near-term, long-term, midterm studies, you linked both Beaumont Avenue interchange project at 125 million. And you linked the Highland Springs both as long-term, and that's where you came up with these numbers, which are significantly lower than what you were proposing. Can you explain the definition of the maximum justified fee rate, I think is what you call it?
Yeah, the maximum justified fee is the maximum amount that the study supports in terms of implementing on new development. We term it that way because often a jurisdiction may want to implement something less than the maximum justified amount for economic development concerns or for other concerns. So that's our way of saying this is the max that you can adopt. As a policy decision, you could always adopt something less than that max, and that would include phasing it in or perhaps an exemption for a particular type of development.
But as the caller encouraged us to do, we can't charge more than that.
You cannot charge more than that. The study does not support charging more than that.
Okay, so I want to go back to some discrepancies I saw in your number, and then I have one final question after that. So when I looked at the fees that were attached here in the attachment, whoops, I think it's in the, so last time when you came to us, I'm focusing on this page, which is E1, maximum justified development. And in here, the transportation facilities under commercial, and that's what I'm really concerned about is commercial. Because we need commercial here, we need it badly. Sure. You know, people can complain about the trucks and the logistics and all of that, but we need the commercial, and that is increasing by what percent is that increasing?
I don't know the percentage off the top of my head, but it's significant.
Okay. So in your report that, you know, that has your welding down here, you had numbers up here, 165 for that high cube warehouse. But in this one, it's showing 617. I think the 165 is the original quote unquote error that you discovered.
Yeah.
And then I want to focus on one last thing at the very bottom of this page, which is again E1. It says right here, the city must, let me read the whole paragraph. Impact fees may only fund the share of public facilities related to new development in Beaumont. They may not be used to, is this all you're writing here? Is that from your report or is that from our staff report?
That's me.
Okay. Impact fees may only fund the share of public facilities related to new development in Beaumont. They may not be used to fund the share of facility needs generated by existing development or by development outside of the city. The table below provides for the amount of identified additional funding that will be needed to complete the projects in the identified study. And then this last sentence, the city must fund these facilities by the planning horizon. So we must fund all of these facilities within 16 years, or new development would have been charged too high a fee. So if we can't come up with 357 million in our share of these projects in the next 16 years, then we are charging too much. Is that what you mean by that sentence?
Yes, because if new development is paying at this higher level of service, that higher level of service is predicated on the projects being fully funded. And if the projects aren't fully funded, then new development is actually getting a lower level of service than they paid for, and hence they would have been overcharged the fee.
And I can promise you, I can't promise you that I will be here in 16 years, but I can promise you we will not have this money in 16 years for these projects. So I would recommend, I'd make two suggestions to my colleagues. Number one, I think we need to remove the Beaumont Avenue I-10 interchange project, because if you look through all of these other ones and you see the amount of money on ones that we need and that we have prioritized over others, we're not going to find $125 million for our share of Beaumont. I'm sorry, no, our share is only 119 million. What is our share on that? 75 million?
Yeah, it's the
Because
one.
new development is about 60 million, we're at 125, so it's about 65 million.
Roughly.
Yeah, if we were to accomplish all the other projects there, and we're already at over $280 million, and remember, we've gotten $40 million in the last 10 years, and the dynamics and the cost in state and federal funding at this point is not any better than it's been the last 10 years. I think the Beaumont Avenue I-10 interchange project should be taken out of this study and the study adjusted for all categories based on that being a much more realistic approach. And I also think we should consider a second opinion before we accept these maximized justified amounts. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. White. Ms. Voigt, you're up.
I would really like to say thank you. I know that this is a difficult situation and something that I think sometimes you may be crippled on based off of the information that you're provided. And I think that that's something that I have heard, and I think that's something that Councilmember White has pointed out as well. I'm going to turn my question to Robert. Robert, when doing near-term, mid-term, and long-term, can you define what you utilized?
Sure. The request was to prioritize these projects. As staff, I didn't feel that we should be prioritizing these projects. I think that that's council's prerogative. So I changed the parameters from priority to term, which is what you're seeing, midterm, short term, or near term, midterm, and long term. And I divided those into near term would be within 5 years, midterm would be in 10 years, and then long term would be in 15 years. That excludes obviously the challenges for funding that we would be faced with. This is just a realistic approach of, with staff's capability and in practice, how these projects materialize over time.
So is it safe to assume that if we had funding, this would be the optimal timeframe in which these could be completed based off of staff time?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay.
And it's a loose, assumption of those times.
I think for me, my concern is basing a decision off of, and no offense by any means, but off of loose terms. I think that we need to probably look at more definitive examples of when the funding would be available. 33 million, I think, is what we got for Potrero. Took a while. I think there's, it's been mentioned, it took 30 years to get a fire station. I think it's been mentioned that, we're still sitting in 4 buildings for a police department. So I think that the important thing for me, sitting up here representing my constituents, is that we ensure that we're looking at realistic numbers, realistic opportunities, and really making sure that we're driving this off of data. And I think that that's what I'm looking for, is how we can pull the emotion out of it and what we think we can get accomplished to what actually are we able to accomplish and achieve in this. And I think that you were probably crippled to a certain extent based off of assumptions. And oftentimes we run assumptions past committees, past councils. And for me, I feel like maybe where we have failed in this is that we haven't provided that to be able to add that in here. I do like the idea of looking at this from a more realistic perspective of maybe this is going to take us 25 years to accomplish. And if it is, let's look at those numbers. One thing I do know is that in AB 602, I think it is, we have to redo this every year, every 8 years. So even if we're looking at a 25-year time frame, what is this 8 years going to get us to? And then what are we projecting at that point as well? So I think that we need to also look at some of that forecasting. I'm not comfortable with the study as it sits right now by any means, based off of a lot of what Councilmember White has mentioned. But I appreciate what is trying to be accomplished here. And what's trying to be accomplished is that unfortunately we sit on a council where we are assuming the shortfalls of previous councils, for a lack of better terms. And so we are playing a catch-up game. But what I want to make clear is that that catch-up game does not belong to new development that's coming in. And there are two priorities, I think, for me, especially as somebody with a family, is that we have commercial growth, and I think that that's very, very important for our community, and that we find a way for, I think somebody mentioned it, but for us to be able to achieve the dream, right, and families to be able to have home ownership. And as mentioned by many people, these fees are going to be transcended directly back to the consumer, which is who we represent here. And so my concern moving forward with this is that we base these off of true timelines, because that is my concern with this right now. Those are my concerns. I do have a question for you, though. Somebody mentioned a blended approach to trips. Can you discuss how that would fall into a study like this?
Yeah, so there's an ITE trip generation manual that lays out estimates of trip generation for different land uses. And there are some very specialized land uses, there are some more broad land uses. The high cube warehouse land use in particular has 3 or 4 different variations of high cube warehouse. We use the high cube parcel warehouse. There's also a transload terminal and cold storage, et cetera. We could make some assumptions about the incoming high cube warehouse development that might, the proportions that might meet some of these very particular uses within that broader umbrella, and then weight the trip rate by the projected amount of the different types of uses to end up something with somewhat of a weighted average trip rate. Instead of using a very high trip rate or a very low trip rate, it might end up somewhere in the middle that could reflect a range of those different uses. And that's certainly something that we could investigate if given the direction.
That would be my recommendation. I think that we should look at some type of blended rate and not assume the highest. I do understand, though, that you are giving us the maximum amount in which we could do, but once again, I don't know that that's a realistic trip rate for what we're currently looking like. It may have been I don't want to say a Freudian slip by any means that you had 0.17 on there previously, but you never know at that point. The other thing I'd like to ask you is, if we create new facilities, I think you mentioned a city hall, or somebody mentioned a city hall, do we take into account what the current square footage of the existing buildings are and how that's looked at in the future?
So the study, both for police and for City Hall, assumes that the current buildings would remain in service in some capacity. So that's an assumption in the study. If those buildings, like the building we're in now, is no longer going to be in service and the city may divest from it, then it would not be appropriate to include that in the calculation. So to the extent that there is some definitive plans that we might need to adjust the existing inventories to take buildings that would be out of service once the new building gets built, we could make that adjustment. But the assumption, again, was that all those facilities would still remain in service in some capacity.
Okay, very good. I would like to look at those assumptions as well if we decide to extend this. That would be my recommendation, that we look at those as well. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, thank you. Piggybacking on Councilmember Voigt's question on the blended trips, go back to comment on the parcel hub that was mentioned by one of the community members. Why was that parcel hub approach used, and explain just a little bit about what that is?
Well, it was a trip rate for one of those land uses that would fall within the high cube warehouse. That it was just when we discussed it with your public works director, high cube warehouses generate a lot of trips, and we wanted to make sure that the trip rate appropriately reflected the impact of those types of uses on the city's transportation facilities.
Good enough. And on housing, when you look at the housing calculations and are you looking at the number of entitlements that we have in the city and calculate it based on that? Or do you look at the potential for housing when you calculate?
So we use data from the general plan, which had a projection to 2040. So the general plan had a full build out and a 2040 projection. It was based, city staff felt that the 2040 projection was more of a realistic projection in terms of what the city would eventually become, and that the build out was more speculative. So to stick with the realistic development projection, I was directed to use the 2040 projection.
Is that on number of units or population size?
It was the 80,000 population, and I believe number of units as well, but certainly the 80,000 population was the 2040 projection.
Okay, so the reason I asked is because we've got a lot of entitlements here for single family, but, entitlement can change, and some of that could turn into multifamily. I didn't know if that would affect the numbers that you used to calculate.
Yeah, we did not look at the particular entitled projects to come up with that projection. It was based on data from the general plan, so.
Okay, and then I was a little concerned when you used other jurisdictions for comparison that did not have a current nexus, or is there any reason why you couldn't Moreno Valley, yes, but was there any others that you could have used to kind of show a comparison that had a nexus study done and implemented?
Well, we like to start with neighbors because that's who your competitors are. And when cities do their impact fee studies, it's kind of, there's no set schedule. I mean, cities now have to do them every 8 years at least, but to find a particular city that has recently updated their fees, they may or may not be your neighbors. So I'm happy to look for additional comparison cities that have updated recently, if that's something you would like to include. We did just update the fees for the city of Menifee as well, also in Riverside County. I could include that. Or if there are particular cities that you would like to see compared that you think your city compares well with, regardless of when they last updated their fees, I'd be happy to include those in the next comparison as well.
I think that's important, especially when we look at pop size and maybe demographics, maybe. But what I had to do is use a lot of Beaumont's current low and high to compare with their current ones.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously the numbers really don't reflect what's going on because,
There's always going to be catch up,
Right. So a few more that were implemented would be a little bit more helpful. A couple questions for staff. So if the fee study were adopted, at what point does the council adopt a different amount other than the maximum justified? Remind me on procedure. So if this were adopted, then the next step would be to decide on what number you're going to have, and then the possible phasing discussion comes in, or is that all done at the point of adoption on the study?
You mean when you adopt the study and then when you adopt the fee schedule?
Yes. So it's.
Yeah,
well,
you could do it simultaneously, or you can also do it apart.
Okay, but you can't do it apart. That was my question. So if it were adopted, then you can go back okay. And then my next question is, if, let's say council, and some people have mentioned here about a 25-year look, if we were to go back and look at this, including some of the things that we asked here, and then incorporated maybe a 25-year thing, what are we looking at? Are we looking at we can take what we have to modify? Is this we have to throw it out and start over again? What are we looking at as far as an adjustment or restudy, whatever you want to call it?
Well, from what I'm hearing, a major concern is the planning horizon, and that will affect all of the fees. So it's not going to take a long time, but it's a month or two probably to come back with revised fees. And then to the extent that any of the project lists will be changing, because the projects need to match the anticipated amount of growth, I would look to your city staff to help inform whatever changes might be made there. That would also have an effect on the study. So I think, depending on when the data would become available, and certainly we would want to vet it with the stakeholders and make sure that everyone's included in the process. I think a minimum of 2 months probably.
Does that include 16 to 25 look? As far as
yes, that would include revising that planning horizon.
Planning horizon,
and whether or not it's 25 years or some other figure, I think we should vet that with the folks as well. So,
okay, that's all the questions I have at this moment.
All right, I'll jump in real quick since I don't see our Mayor Pro Tem's light on. If we go to the 25-year, which has been recommended, and if that being, I guess the question to staff would be, if our build-out is approximately 80,000 in population, and we were assuming that it would happen in 16 years, and that build-out population would remain at the 25-year mark, correct? And so then why not divide it out the 25-year mark? Because that's when we probably would more realistically see these projects come to fruition. I've been a Beaumont resident since 2001, and the only thing new in terms of large infrastructure is our lovely bridge to nowhere, as it was affectionately called, is now going to get some ramps, on that, and will connect to the 60 freeway. But that's the only major improvement that we've had in the 2 decades that I've been here. And so fast forward another 2 decades and looking at a state budget problems and so forth, I don't see a whole lot coming our direction. We're certainly going to try, and I appreciate the council and staff's work to this point where we leverage our funds, where if we can identify some projects, put money towards that, other agencies see our efforts into that, and that's where we get these grant funds and the state and the county helping and pitching in and so forth. But that's just, we have tens of millions to work with, but we have hundreds of millions that we need to come up with. And so I think that time frame is just going to be much longer, as Mr. White points out. And so I would certainly support, a study period of being the 25 years, but I don't think that the build-out's going to change. Now, in looking at where we've gone, in that 21 years I've been here, we've gone from 13,000 in population to 55,000. And I've said it once and I'll say it again, but it's an eye-opener to me that when we've had this residential growth of the property tax revenue that we would expect to receive from that, 75% goes to the county. So it's a huge burden on the existing population to cover this $300 million worth of infrastructure projects. I don't think this council is in favor of raising taxes to try to cover that. We're overburdening, the state and the feds are overburdening our citizens as it is. And so some tough decisions to make and so forth. And then obviously then we have to balance it with, if we provide, if we collect that, the fee and the development impact fees, that it matches the level of service that we provide. But the reason why I pointed out the wastewater treatment plant reaching capacity is I've been taught that once we reach that and we have to look at expanding it, whether it be that or we reach the threshold of an existing, intersection or so forth, that the next guy unfortunately is going to have to pony up quite a lot to cover it. Our existing infrastructure was probably designed for 10,000 residents and we're at 55. And unfortunately, things haven't changed that much. And the cost of construction and the cost of everything has just gone through the roof. And I know it's a lot of work, but trying to do this every 8 years, you're behind the 8 ball all the time. You're not, it doesn't seem like we're catching up. And so the thought that I've had through this is, how did we get so far behind and why do the fees look so high? I understand how it's being presented and I appreciate that, and it's some tough work to put together. But I don't think the way it's presented, it's the solution. So I like what's coming from the council, and it's, hey, let's tweak this, let's revisit it, let's use a different time frame. So that's my comments on that in terms of maybe we do the 25 years, but I think the build-out's going to be the same. An original build-out I heard years ago that we might hit 90 or 95, but that's been trimmed back, and trimmed back.
If I may, the 80,000 is the 2040 projection and not the full build-out. I believe we had an early draft, even before we got to the report stage, that used the full build-out, and it was not 80, it was much larger than 80,000 residents. So,
all right, okay, good to know. And then something I don't see, and I don't know how much of an impact that it creates, is spec build infill. Where we've got vacant lots, smaller ones inside our existing, city limits, where I don't see very many homes, where they come to the city and say, hey, I've got this quarter-acre piece of land, I want to build a home on it. I've seen that a half a dozen times in 20 years. That doesn't really happen. I think the last one I remember is at the corner of Palm and Oak Valley Parkway. It's a nice home on the corner, but that's the last one I remember being built. And so I think that build-out is just, it's going to be very slow from this point out. Having attended a Board of Realtors meeting in Hemet with our neighbors from other cities, which, and if I remember correctly, it's San Jacinto, Hemet, oh, help me out, Elizabeth, who else was there? Beaumont was there, and Paris, and Marina Valley. And we by far had the lowest number of entitled homes. Our neighbors are looking at 4,000 and 5,000 homes apiece and up to 8,000 that are currently entitled, and they're going to be building on those relatively soon. The economy, may change. That may slow things down a little bit. If their interest rates don't come down, I don't see people rushing out to buy homes. We are to the point where our average resident, based on our average income for the city, cannot afford a 3-bedroom home in town. It takes income from another city and a commute that adds to that traffic issue, which then further complicates our infrastructure problem, and we don't have solutions from the state on freeway improvements and so forth other than fixing or repairing existing lanes. And so back to the 25 years, I don't think much is going to change in the next 25 years. We're going to keep working at it, all of us. But if it's only been 40 million in 20 years, it's a long ways coming on finishing that. So enough of my soapbox. I will turn it over to our Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. Real quick, I don't want to belabor the comments that have been made. I appreciate the comments made by fellow council members. This study is done typically every 8 years, right? So if we set a 25-year build-out maximum, we can adjust that course in 8 years if we see that the build-out is either going to go further or shorten.
Yeah, you could, 8 years is just the maximum amount of time that the state says that you must do a new fee study. You could certainly do it more soon than that, more quickly than that. Oftentimes, if there's been a major change in planning, so if you have a new growth projection or a new master plan, cities can update the fees more quickly than
So you don't have to wait the 8 years.
You don't have to wait, no.
Because one of the things, that, at least in the experience that I've had with construction, is, back in the day, you used to go through a 7-year, for residential builds, right? A 7-year cycle. You'd build up and then it would die off, and then you'd build up again and it'd die off. And since the big crash in 2008, we really haven't, and as it's come back, you really haven't seen that cycle anymore. It just seems to be pretty consistent. So I do like the idea of looking at our neighbors as far as their fees are. And I would also like to look at, and it's something maybe staff can do, is to look at what their build-out projections are as far as has with their new fees, has construction slowed down? Because that's the other thing typically you don't see is if the diff fees are implemented or increased, construction still seems to stay steady. That cost is typically passed on, unfortunately, but doesn't seem to slow it down. And what happens is then we still play that catch-up game. I do like the 25-year to stretch that out. I think maybe the only drawback would be is if we see that the build-out shortens, or if we start to see that and we do another study, then that could even draw the fees up higher, correct?
Well, I think I would, rather than thinking about it in terms of a year where you're going to achieve the projection, I would think about it in terms of the increment of growth. So we want to make sure that increment of growth is what can be accommodated in the city and correct. So if that increment of growth occurs in 10 years as opposed to 20 years, you still need that amount of facilities to serve that growth. So it's a little bit less in terms of the actual year that you will achieve it, but making sure that the amount of growth, the overall amount that's being projected is appropriate for what the city can accommodate.
Okay. I just, Councilmember White wanted to pull out that I-10, and just that I-10 just seems to be such a critical piece of infrastructure, right? I'm kind of torn on that because it is such a needed piece of infrastructure, but I understand where you're coming from as far as needing the money to finish that. So I think we really need to go back and take another look at the projects that we've got identified, ensuring that we can do that build out. Now, the economy impacts, obviously, there's inflation that's really killing the cost of these projects. So it really makes it very difficult to determine what the amount should be to cover those future costs and what the economy is going to be like in 5, 10, or 5 years, or 10 years, or 20 years. And so I understand where you're coming from on the projections. I just think we kind of need to revise that a little bit, take another look at that. In those storm drain facilities, we do look at Riverside County Flood Control to help us with that, or they do have a map of those, is that correct?
Yeah, so the county does have a master drainage plan for the
Right.
city of Beaumont, but it's more regional facilities. There is a need for the city to have more, I guess, personalized, localized drainage.
So as a part of our storm drain facilities, are we looking at a storm drain master plan that we would do with this additional money?
Yeah, that's the intent.
Okay.
It is very costly to perform that. There's a
Yes.
lot of analysis behind that, so
Okay.
we would look to alternative funding.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Back to Mr. White.
So let me understand, first of all, you said something that piqued my interest, which was that when you determine the 2040 numbers, the general plan, I think, can you go over that again? You said the general plan had a build-out that was significantly higher than the 80,000?
Yes, so the general plan has tables that show the full build-out, that essentially every parcel that could be built on would be built on, and there's a certain amount of dwelling unit density and floor area ratio for non-residential, where there's a maximum amount of development that the city could accommodate. There's also a table in the general plan that has a projection, I think it's more of a market-based projection, out to 2040. And that's what we used in the study. I was directed by city staff to use that 2040 projection as opposed to the full build-out of every last parcel in the city. We could certainly use that full build-out. There, the Mitigation Fee Act is silent on what projection to use. That full build-out is certainly a reasonable projection to use as well, and we could run the numbers for that.
Well, the reason I bring that up is because your 2040 number is 80,000, and I've been hearing for years that our SCAG estimated build-out, someone here sits on SCAG, right? No? Is 85,000. So I don't know that 5,000 is a significant difference between 2040 and the full build-out. Just a side note, just to add a little levity here. The bridge to nowhere is the Centennial Bridge. Because remember, it didn't go anywhere. But once the Potrero Bridge
Now
was
it
built, the
has a
Potrero goes
destination,
somewhere.
exactly.
Yeah. So I think we need to get our bridge to nowhere correct.
Right.
And one last thing. Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem mentioned my idea of pulling I-15 out. I'm sorry, the Beaumont I-10. If you remember, it was last council meeting or the meeting before that we heard from our Public Works Director that the Oak Valley interchange was going to take 11 years. So
If we have the money.
if it takes 11 years and we don't even we're missing, what, about 60? How much are we short on that one? About 60, 70 million?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Yeah, so the fact that we're going to build Oak Valley interchange in 11 years and still be able to come up with another 60 or 70 million on top of all the grade steps in the Pennsylvania, I just don't see how we get to Beaumont Avenue. I think it's probably the most important transportation improvement that we can make to benefit our city on a daily basis. But that requires realigning the 60, bringing the 79 up, and getting a lot of federal funding from that. So again, I think 25 years is probably a better shot at getting the Beaumont Avenue interchange funded. So again, I think that's all I had to say, and I do appreciate all the comments made by my colleagues. And that's all I have at this point, Mayor.
All right, thank you, sir. Back to you, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that, remember, if we're going to look at 25 years now, then you would want to keep that in there because that, now you're looking at a larger span. So some of those that, might not have been more realistic are definitely going to be more realistic now. There was another question I had, was more for staff, I think. So staff, we've created an issue for you. So I just want to know from my colleagues then, so our intention is to to try to be fair, we want to try to be equitable for business and retail commercial. We also want numbers to be as accurate as possible by looking at a little bit better evaluations of calculations and so forth. So I just want to make sure that I understand that staff knows that by looking at a longer term and looking at, like, let's say a 25-year term, and looking at maybe changing prioritized lists, I'm not sure how much we've talked about that, but to realize, though, that if you go for an 8-year study, so we come back, they give us new numbers, the numbers to me might go up, I think, because you're putting more longer, higher build out, but I'm not sure. I just want to caution council to remember that when we start talking about perhaps phasing numbers in, you start to lose on that. So I don't mind looking into a longer approach and adjusting numbers and stuff that we think are more fair and equitable. But if we're going to bring in, say, okay, now let's phase that over, whatever, now you're going to start losing a lot of that. And I just want to caution council on that. So I'll know more about that when I see numbers come in, but I just wanted to throw my opinion on that. So for staff, is there anything, and this, I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't mean to take this away from you, but I just want to make sure that we all had kind of the same vision, that we know what you think we're looking for.
The consistency is the 25 years planned horizon.
Okay.
And did we get a consensus on removing Beaumont and I-10? Are there any other projects you want removed?
So before we go that, I just want to ask staff, this is what I was getting to, is to comment on our new direction and vision. Is that going to throw a terrible wrench into things? Is it something that definitely we can work with? I mean, you guys are the finance people. You guys, you're running finances and so forth. I want you to let us know that this is a reasonable approach, or are we missing something here from a staff perspective? Our new outlook.
Right, we can get with the consultant and have him do that. I believe he said it would take about a month or two for them to revise that and get updated numbers. Do you want to comment on that?
I'd like to give us a little more time.
Okay.
If I may, can I run through the list of things that I've been taking
That's
notes
what I
on?
was just going to say. I have a list of,
okay.
I have a list of suggestions if you
sure.
want me to kind of run them down.
Go right ahead.
So a summation of what I've heard so far is a longer term of the 25 years for the trip rate to be reviewed and looked at to include a blended rate. I put down to look at realistic timeframes, but I think that if you're looking at the longer term, then I think you would be adding those in there automatically. To add in any local cities comparisons that have had fees closer to a realistic timeframe. And then I did add on here the 8-year phase-in that I had heard from another council member versus the 4-year phase-in, but I also understand the caution as well. I don't know if we want to continue with the 8, to see both a 4 and an 8.
Well, I think that should be built in. We should always have
Okay,
options.
okay.
The numbers are the same for a 4 or an 8. They're just implemented every 2 years, so the math's the same.
I'd like a little more clarification, if I may, on the near term, midterm, and long term. So obviously, staff interjected and used those terms, but all of those projects, with the exception of Beaumont Avenue, are ranked based on priority. Is that something you'd like to go back to? And maybe you would choose priority level 1, which include 2nd Street, Potrero Interchange, Pennsylvania grade set. Maybe council wants to use 1 and 2, which would expand it to Pennsylvania ramps, or go all the way to 3 and 4, which includes Highland Spring. I mean, if you go all the way to priority level 4, you have not changed anything on that list.
Correct.
Mayor,
Go
can I
ahead.
respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually had a note here that we should look at our priorities, because we have prioritized this stuff multiple times, as far as I understand. So I think we should go with look at priorities. I want to answer real quick the question about Beaumont Avenue. If we go 25 years, I don't think I can make an argument that Beaumont Avenue shouldn't be included in 25 years. We better get it done in 25 years.
So using that logic, then they would all be included, correct?
Yeah.
So, and I think that that's what I heard by extending that time frame. By using that logic, they would all, I don't think you would even need to determine them as near, mid, or long at that point.
Okay, and so to answer city manager's question, then, so none of those would come off the list?
Correct.
But I have a question. So with the Coachella Rail project being designed, and I think it would fit in that 25-year timeframe to come through the pass area, has there, and I don't think we've talked about it in terms of a CIP, but they talked about a rail stop in the pass area. Is that something that we want to chase after and put that as a potential goal? And if so, would that need then to be included on this if it was falling in that timeframe? I don't know if that's for another
That's a
discussion. or-
discussion, yeah.
Yeah.
I would move with what
Can
you
I
had.
finish? I had another.
Oh, yeah,
another
go
comment.
ahead.
And I'll address that too. And then the other thing I wanted to look at, I think that we all, as a council, I may be wrong, we really prioritize commercial over everything else. And I think the numbers on commercial, because these are maximized justified, I would like to see commercial numbers to be brought down. Because I think that's the kind of the kind of industry that we are in a consensus of agreeing to. And then regarding Coachella Valley Rail, I'm wearing my city council hat right now. I'm not wearing my RCTC hat. I don't know it's going to get built in 25 years. I think the second phase of the design right now is an 8 to 10 year process. So, but also on top of that, everyone wants a train stop in their city, and there's other agencies that have already claimed that that's going to be their spot. So, I think we should just not bring Coachella Valley Rail into our discussion. And I promise that's all, that I won't say another word on it.
I appreciate the insight. No, that's good info. Okay, so council, council lights are off. Staff, you guys good?
So what I'd like to do is make a suggestion. I would like to renotice this public hearing when staff's ready to present it. I don't know that 2 months is enough.
Okay, and what's our timeline on our 8-year renewal?
We have another year.
Oh, okay, all right.
Do you need a motion on that, or do we just close, no motion at all? Okay.
The public hearing's closed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, if it's all right with everybody, let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll reconvene at 8:36. All right, good evening. We will be back, we're back in session at 8:37, and we're on to item I2, or public hearing for specific plan amendment SP 2023-0010, a city-initiated request to amend the Heartland specific plan to be in conformance with the general plan land use designation. And staff report by Carol Kendrick.
Actually, Mayor, and Council, I'm going to introduce our Assistant Planner, Jillian Fountain, who's been working on this specific plan amendment based on direction from the City Council. So Jillian has been with us for coming on about 2 years, and so I'm going to turn it over to her.
All right, welcome, Jillian.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jillian Fountain, Planning Staff. Staff is bringing forward a city-initiated request to amend the Heartland-specific plan to be in conformance with the general plan land use designation. On October 11th, 2023, planning staff brought forward a proposal to amend the land use map in the 2040 general plan. And during the public hearing, Planning Commission and City Council on October 17th, 2023, directed staff to prepare a specific plan amendment to correct a discrepancy in the Heartland-specific plan, also known as Olivewood. The discrepancy in the planning area is in Planning Area 11 of the Heartland-specific plan, which is identified as industrial and labeled as open space in the general plan land use designation. The PA is part of the Santa Mateo Creek and is within MSHCP's criteria cells and is not viable for development. On May 8th, 2024, planning staff brought forward said amendment to the Planning Commission, which Planning Commission recommended approval to the City Council by a 4-0 vote. The specific plan amendment will bring the parcel into conformance with the general plan and continue to be utilized as a city park. An environmental impact report was prepared and certified in 1994 for the Heartland-specific plan. From a CEQA standpoint, execution of this amendment will not have any impact on the project that was not previously analyzed. And the overall project continues to be required to adhere to the mitigation monitoring program established for the project. The item was advertised in the press enterprise on June 7th, and staff has not received any comments from the public. Staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing and approve to amend the Heartland-specific plan. This concludes my presentation. Myself and the Community Development Director are happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Jillian. And with that, we will open the public hearing at 8:39. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written request. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have one caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead and send it through. Caller, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead.
Thanks. This is Ron Roy from Fairway Canyon. And for this agenda item, I would like to ask that the City Council approve the conforming changes so that these parcels are brought in conformance with the general plan. And, you know, sometimes the council, you're killing me on these warehouses. You'll find out that you made a mistake. But in this situation, I want to thank the staff. I think the city's on the right track. I appreciate it. It's in my backyard, in my neighbor's backyard. I think all the changes correct. And so, again, I want to give thanks when it's due. And again, a lot of hard work with the city planning staff, you know, going through there's a lot of land out there. So it's all conforming with me. So thank you. If you approve it, I'll be very thankful. And that's all I have to say. And that would also apply to the next item, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. Do we have any other public comments?
No other public comments.
All right, thank you. And so we'll close the public hearing at 8:41. And council discussion.
Mayor, I'll move to waive the full first reading approved by title only, an ordinance of the City Council, City of Beaumont, California, amending the Heartland Olivewood specific plan.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. So on to item I3, public hearing and specific plan amendment, SP 2023-0011, a city-initiated request to amend the Oak Valley SCPGA specific plan to be in conformance with the general plan land use designation. And so, back to you, Carol, for just a moment. And
Yes.
you make your introduction.
Yes, so I'd like to introduce Katie Jensen. She's a 12-year employee with the city, has been in planning for almost 2 years. She is a Beaumont native, and I will just turn over the staff report presentation to her.
All right,
Thank you.
welcome, Katie.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Katie Jensen, Planning Staff. Staff is bringing forward a city-initiated request to amend the Oak Valley SCPGA specific plan to be in conformance with the general plan land use designation. On October 11, 2023, Plan staff brought forward a proposal to amend the land use map in the 2040 general plan, and during the public hearing, Planning Commission and the City Council on October 17, 2023, directed staff to prepare a specific plan amendment to correct a discrepancy in the Oak Valley SCPGA specific plan, also known as Fairway Canyon. This discrepancy would be Nicholas Park, which is a developed city park that is labeled as commercial in the specific plan and labeled as open space in the general plan land use designation. On May 8th, 2024, planning staff brought forward said amendment to the Planning Commission, which Planning Commission recommended approval to City Council by a 3-0 vote. The specific plan amendment will bring the parcel into conformance with the general plan and continue to be utilized as a city park. An environmental impact report was prepared and certified in 2001 for the Oak Valley SCPGA specific plan, with the latest addendum of the EIR approved by Council in 2014. From a CEQA standpoint, execution of this amendment will not have any impact on the project that was not previously analyzed, and the overall project continues to be required to adhere to the mitigation monitoring program established for this project. This item was advertised in the Press Enterprise on June 7, 2024, and staff has received no comments to date. Staff recommends that the City Council hold a public hearing and approve to amend the Oak Valley SCPGA specific plan. And this concludes my presentation, and myself and my Community Development Director are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. And then with that, we will open our public hearing at 8:44. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written request. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. And so we will close the public hearing at 8:44. And then any council discussion or questions or a motion?
I'll make a motion to waive the full first reading and approve by title only an ordinance of the City Council in the City of Beaumont, California, amending the Oak Valley SCPGA specific plan.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. All right, thanks again, Jillian. All right. And thank you, Katie, as well. And so we're on to item I4, public hearing and consideration of resolution for the Fifth Amendment to the city's fiscal year 2024 to 2028 capital improvement plan. And we'll turn that over for staff report to Mr. Robert Vestal.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated, this is the Fifth Amendment to the fiscal year 24 through 28 CIP. The amendment is exclusively for the support of the Stewart Park project, which is a later item, item J3 and J4. Stewart Park is a priority level 3, as identified in the 2023 strategic plan. There is no net impact to the general fund in this amendment. Staff has identified some DIF CFD funds, and then also is proposing to close a project in order to fund this project into construction and also amend some of the design PlaceWorks, to have PlaceWorks continue their oversight through construction. So there's roughly 5 changes that are proposed in this amendment, again, all having to do with Stewart Park. One is the creation of the Phase 2 project. Before council has set aside funds exclusively for the Phase 2, but it was always associated in CIP number to phase one. So now we're carving that out as a phase two project. We are, as part of this item, requesting $1 million approximately from the community park diff and another $969,000 from the CFD approximately. With the last item, city is recommending that we close the CIP project R20, which is the citywide monument program for streets and parks, not indefinitely, but in order to fund this phase of Stewart Park. At a later time, we'll reevaluate that project and hopefully be able to fund it. The staff report has significantly more information, including all of the dates of the previous amendments. With that concludes my presentation. I think staff is available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you, sir. And we will open the public hearing at 8:48. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written request. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, we'll close at 8:48. Thank you. And council discussion. Any lights on? Do we have a motion by chance?
Yes.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to waive the, sorry.
Go ahead.
You good?
Yep.
All right, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council, City of Beaumont, amending the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2024, 2028, and approve budget adjustments as outlined in attachment D.
Second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. On to Section J, our action items. Item J1 is annual resolution directing the Riverside County Auditor Controller to place the levy of special taxes for the city's community facilities districts on the fiscal year 2024 to 2025 county tax roll. And our staff report will be by Ms. Jennifer Eustace.
Yes, hello again. Thank you. What we have this for you this evening is every year we have to bring forward the Community Facilities District special taxes that will be placed on the tax roll with the county. We currently use Spicer Consulting for our CFD administration, and they're here tonight. Shane's here to give a presentation on the levy.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff. Shane Spicer, Spicer Consulting, special tax consultant for the city. As was mentioned, the item before you is to adopt 5 separate resolutions authorizing the levy and collection of special taxes for the 24-25 tax roll. There are separate resolutions prepared to allow for the recusal of certain council members for districts that they reside within the boundaries of. The county auditor requires the city council adopt these annual resolutions authorizing the levy and collection of special taxes for those CFDs being levied for 24-25. As you know, there are currently 33 improvement areas within CFD 93-1, 8 additional CFDs formed after 2016. These CFDs pay for debt service for bonds that have been issued or for maintenance or public safety services. In addition to the taxes, these taxes also cover administration costs, reserves, and future facilities. A year-over-year comparison shows a total expense of $29.9 million compared to $28.2, which is a total of 6.07% increase. Actually, it shows a 4.09% increase. The changes include 1 new district being levied for 24-25. That is for CFD 2023-1 facilities, services, and public services for 301 parcels. In an apples-to-apples comparison, overall fully developed bonded CFDs realize only a 1.5% change, while all services CFDs include a 2.87% increase based on this year's CPI. We recommend increasing at the CPI given the continuous cost increases for services, utilities, materials, and labor. As noted in the staff report, the impacts of the general fund is indirect, as the administration and maintenance portions of the assessments collected are funding sources for the administration of the CFD processes and maintenance of the various applications. So the recommendation is staff requests that the council adopts all 5 resolutions confirming authorizing the levy of fiscal year 24-25 CFD levies for the city's CFDs. And this concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Shane, appreciate that. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, so I remember we do this every year, and we have council members that live in different portions of these CFDs, and I think if I'm correct, we all live in a different one. Is that right? Okay. Okay. He gets to stay for the whole time. So if we came across where we had 3 that lived in one, what would we do? Okay. Okay. Okay, very good. Okay, good to know. All right, Mr. Martinez, your light's on?
I just had a question on one of the slides. The numbers look different than mine. Oh, they are. Okay, so whose is right, mine or that? Just a quick thing, Shane. They were just a little off, but I just didn't know which one to go with.
And what number would we be looking at?
That's
The percent increase?
You see my very large handout, this one here.
Who did that?
Uh-huh. Okay.
That's correct.
This one's correct, okay, that's all. All right, good enough, thank you, Mayor.
All right. Okay, I don't see any other lights on, so if staff can help me to, who's where? I know I'm in 14.
If I can direct you to the end of the, each recommendation at the very end, it says who needs to recuse themselves. So if we go individually, and then we can just go in sequence.
All right, what page of the agenda are we on for that? Is that, oh, there it is, okay.
Under attachments.
I see it, 1531,
At the end of the
okay.
staff report.
There we go. Okay, so first, can I then get a,
Yeah, I'll make
a motion for the annual levy?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, levying the special tax and community facility districts number 93-1, 2016-1, 2016-2, 2016-3, 2016-4, 2018-1, 2019-1, 2021-1, and 2023-1, and directing the county auditor to collect the same on the tax rolls.
Okay, I'll second that, and I do have a question. Can we make the motion as stated in the staff report? to
That's the
save a
longest one.
mouthful?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we can work on the next one. So thanks, Jessica.
Yes.
All right, so I have a second there, so roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, and then with that, I will recuse myself for the next one. Mayor Pro Tem, you've got this one.
Right. We have a motion?
I'll just continue on. I'll make a motion to, as stated in the staff report, for number 93-1, IA 18.
Excuse me, that's my area.
Oh, is that?
I believe the area that Mr. Finn, the mayor, has is the next one,
14.
IA 14 and 14B.
Okay, well then I'll make a motion for IA 14 and 14B.
I'll second.
Go ahead.
Sorry. May I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes. Good luck tracking that, buddy.
Yeah,
And I'm going to step out for the next one because I live in improvement area 18.
Okay, now we know which one. Keep my finger on it.
So I'll go ahead.
Were
and
those in
make-
reverse order?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
We figured it out.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, levying special tax in the community facility districts 93-1 I-18 and directing the county auditor to collect the same on the tax rolls.
I'll second.
A roll call?
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White? Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And I'll recuse myself from the next item because I live in IA 9.
No
Nice
such luck.
try. Okay, so I'll make the motion for waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, levying the special tax in Community Facilities Districts Number 93-1 IA9 and directing the county auditor to collect the same on the tax rolls IA9.
I'll second.
Roll call,
Councilmember
please.
White?
Sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Thank you. Julio, if you can hear me, come on in.
And I will recuse myself for the next item as I reside in IA 8E.
I had to buzz back in. There he goes. Okay, can I get a motion on the last one?
Mayor, I'll make a motion to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, levying the special tax in Community Facilities Districts Number 93-1, Improvement Area 8E, and directing the county auditor to collect the same on the tax rolls.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spicer. And on to item J2, cooperative agreements for fire protection, fire prevention, rescue, fire marshal, and medical services with the County of Riverside and cost share agreement.
Thank you, Mayor.
Well,
We do have a recusal on this one.
sorry. I'm going to recuse myself from this item as my spouse is employed by one of the entities here.
All right, thank you, Ms. Voigt. And so, and with that, we'll have our staff report by our city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs, when Jessica steps out. All right, you're on.
Okay, Mayor and Council, thank you. The item that you have before you tonight is our two agreements. One is a cooperative agreement with the County of Riverside for fire protection, fire prevention, rescue, fire marshal, and medical emergency services. The second agreement is a cost-sharing agreement for Station 20 between the cities of Banning, Beaumont, and the County of Riverside. Staff is proposing the cooperative agreement it expires June 30th, and staff is proposing that it be renewed for 1 year with an additional 1 year extension with an option for the city to extend 1 further year. The second agreement also expires June 30th of this year, and that is proposed as a 5-year agreement with an expiration of June 30th, 2029. The total impact to the general fund for fire protection, fire prevention, rescue, fire marshal, and medical emergency services is $9,170,884, and it is included in your adopted 2025 budget. With that, I am available for questions.
All right, thank you. And Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. On to council for discussions and questions. Mayor Pro Tem, go right ahead.
Yeah, I've got a couple. Looking at we'll call it the one for the agreement for Station 20. Section under section 3 identifies as cost share, that the last sentence identifies, as I count them, 8 staff members in total. But when you go to the exhibit, Exhibit A, it's identifying, if I'm reading this correctly, it's identifying 9 staff members. So, and what it appears as though is instead of 1 captain, there are 2 captains. Am I missing something on page 2, or?
It appears that way. You might ask the
Yeah.
representatives from the
What,
county
how many
fire.
captains are at Station 20? There's a discrepancy between the agreement and the Exhibit A.
Good evening, Chief Weiser. Good to have you. Oh, your microphone button? There you go.
It says push.
There you go.
We got it. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council, CM, and City Attorney. My name is Bill Weiser. I'm the Fire Chief for Riverside County Fire Department and the CAL FIRE Riverside Unit. Before I go into answering that question, I was hoping that I could just take a second here to talk about, I saw after our grand opening, or the grand opening of Station 106, that a comment that I made at the grand opening was not appreciated by this board. And I wanted to apologize for that. I was trying to speak highly of the city. It obviously didn't go that way. And again, I apologize. The question on for the Station 20, the cost share that we share between the county, City of Beaumont, City of Banning, the discrepancy you see currently from 8 to 9 is currently our staffing model is 8 there. As we move towards a 66, we need to go to a 9. We were not able to show within that estimate, we haven't been able to show within that estimate that the county will be passing its budget on the 25th, as well as we have to take this to the City of Banning as well. And so that's the reason why my staff at headquarters deleted that one section until we get through those budgets as well. Our estimate is going to show that is because we're estimating that we do want to include that.
So would we need to make an adjustment under the cost share where it identifies as 1 fire captain and change that to 2 fire captains, or is?
Yeah, so it would be going to a staffing model of 3, and I think it is going to be 2 fire captains. The 1 fire captain we're going to call, in all of our estimates, is called a 66 relief. Where it makes it confusing here for this city is you happen to have a Station 66, which all of our other estimates show just a 66 relief is what it's called, and I think that makes it confusing. We will give you an updated estimate when that time arises, when we get through the county budget, as well as Banning, the City of Banning as well.
So, Chief, if I could jump in, can you explain the 66 relief so our public can better understand that?
Yeah, absolutely. So 2 years ago, the MOU agreement changed between Local 2881 and CAL FIRE. And that increased or decreased the work week for our firefighters from 72 hours a week to 66 hours a week. It's a reduction of 6 hours per week. And for us, we do it by pay period. So it's really a reduction of 1 day per month, or about 4 weeks. So that's the deal. And we call it 66-hour relief is that we need to add an additional position within our fire stations to be able to provide that relief that's needed.
Okay, thank you. Back to you.
On that 66-hour for 106, that 66-hour relief, does that take effect in November as the other one does?
It does indeed. So right now, the MOU says November of 2024 is when the 66-hour is supposed to be implemented.
Correct.
I will tell you there will be a lag in that as we have to go through hiring and we have to be able to get all those positions in place. The City of Beaumont is, like all cities, are as charged actuals. And if when there is that lag, you will not be charged for that position until the position is filled and is an employee here.
So that would not take effect. I just want to make sure that I'm clear, Chief, and I appreciate you being here this evening.
Sure.
So November, I know when the state will, when there's part of that, the contract with CAL FIRE, correct? It's when it's
Yeah.
supposed to go into effect.
It is.
And so for 106 and for Station 20, we'll be paying for that after, sometime after that position is filled.
Yes.
So it'll be after November 2024.
Yeah, I think that right now with Station 106, you've caught us during what we call our displacement cycle. We have to do some displacements to move our paramedics in and around throughout the entire county. My admin officer at headquarters has told me that they believe at Station 106, those positions would possibly be filled by August, but of course we will only implement it until once we get the actual to the 66-hour, which is part of what the MOU says.
Okay.
Okay.
And then one last question. I know that you did some juggling for us in order to fill Station 106. Can you tell me when the squad will be back online?
We are estimating the squad to be back online at or around August the 9th.
Mayor, that's all I have. Thank you so much, Chief. I
Of
appreciate
course,
that.
I'm here to answer any more questions if there, that'll be there.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. White or Mr. Martinez, do you guys have any? Okay, I don't think there are any more. At this point, then, could I get a motion?
You know what, I do have a
Okay, go
couple
ahead.
questions for the chief. So again, I want to understand the whole 65 versus 72
Sure.
issue. My understanding from what I've researched on it is that that is not a set in stone if the governor just declares some kind of budget emergency or financial. Is that true?
Yeah, it is absolutely true. That there was a clause within the MOU that was written for that. Currently, the information that I'm getting from leadership at the Sacramento level is that the 66-hour is still within the governor's budget and is the legislators' budget. As legislators pass the MOU with the local 2881, they plan to continue going down that road.
Okay, and I don't know that this is as big a concern for me as it was before the meeting started tonight, because my understanding was that we would be paying the 66 rate, if you want to call it that, before November, but you're telling me now that we would not be paying that before November, and so the governor would have made his decision before November, so.
Yes, so the governor has to have his budget, the legislators have to pass their budget, I believe, before July 1st.
Okay. Yeah, my concern originally was that if we were paying the higher rate, but we're not, 106 until November, then I had some concerns, but since you gave me that information, I'm good to go. I just wanted
I will tell you, Councilman, that the county has done this ahead. We have moved on the county fire side. We have already, out of our 38 stations, 26 already staffed at 9, as well as in this budget that is proposed, and it will be going through its process on the 25th, would finish the rest of them. So our stations will be, I believe that the county should be the lead, as well as the county has also been a change into their municipal staffing as well. The county will also be putting 4 staffing on 10 engines this year to help fight what we have for our grass crop. Do the same thing last year. As the fire chief, since I became chief and the MOU was passed, we have only staffed everything new on the county sides, which include all patrols or any other engines, at a staffing of 3 a seat. So all of our patrols, which are staffed with 2 on every day, are all staffed with 6. We converted Station 34, Winchester, from a standalone from the hazmat unit to make a fire engine just to stay there all the time. That was budgeted at 9.
So on a side note, the 106 big event for us, new fire station.
They're running calls right now.
What's that?
They're running calls right now.
Yeah, I do want to tell you, I do appreciate that we found out this morning that the fire station is staffed at this point. And then my understanding was that there's a time period, I think in the cooperative agreement, of when, like the Mayor Pro Tem asked about getting our squad back online.
Yeah.
You're looking at about end of August on that.
Beginning of August is what I've been told by August the 9th, in and around August the 9th.
Okay.
That's what
do
we're
you-
planning.
Do you have other, when was the last news station opened in the county before 106?
Well, we've had a lot of discussions on this, and we kind of think it might have been Station 96, Oak Valley, in 12, 15 years ago.
Okay, so it's been that long since you've had a news station.
Yes, I have not added a new station as the fire chief, and I want to thank Beaumont for his patience as we've all walked through this process. We're learning and opening something new, and how the best and the right way to do. It's been a journey.
Okay, thank you again, Chief. I appreciate you being here.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, real quickly, Chief, I had one question for you. Yeah, so you mentioned that the county is taking a kind of a head step approach of the 66-hour rule. If for some reason the state did not go forward with the 66-hour rule, but you've already implemented that within the county, would you still continue to charge at the 66-hour, or would you have to?
I will. So we need what's also called the health and safety of our firefighters. I will absolutely tell you that forcing our people to be able to work under the vacancies as well as their annual leave has been crushing to them. It was important that the county take that lead, and it's originally how I sold it to them as we spoke with the CEO, that we need to do health and safety for them. We needed a bigger workforce to be able to accommodate what was going on. Our workforce at the 72-hour, as you're aware, they leave to go to other departments. We're the last department standing that runs a 72, not only here in this county, but regionally. We lose a tremendous amount of our workforce to Orange County Fire, LA County Fire. So I look forward to our department continuing moving down the right direction to make a work week that is good for our employees, as we are a municipal fire department and run a tremendous amount of calls, and give them the rest break they need on their days off.
And may I ask you, if when you did that, did you consult the agencies within the county, the jurisdictions, the cities, when you made that?
So this is only county. This is just the rural county area. So I work on the county side for the CEO.
Perfect.
All of our other city partners, as you know, there are 19. We have walked the entire 66 with them. They all have their cost estimates as too. They are all paying into increasing their staffing. Every city partner is doing that as well during this fiscal year.
So those city contracted agencies then would not necessarily follow the 66?
They all are. They all are.
And they will?
Yes, sir.
Continue to do that?
We must.
Okay, thank you.
We absolutely must. Every station within the Riverside County Fire Department family, whether you're a county station, a city station, and really, quite frankly, one of the state stations, we will be following this.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, thank you. At this point, can we get a motion, or do we have one?
Yeah, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the cooperative agreement for fire protection, fire prevention, rescue, fire marshal, and medical emergency services with the County of Riverside and cooperative agreement between the City of Banning and the County of Riverside to share the cost of Fire Engine Company 20 and authorize the mayor to execute on behalf of the city.
Thank you. I'll second that. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Thanks again, Chief. Okay, on to item J3, approve a public works agreement for the construction of Stewart Park improvements. Oh, we got to get Jessica back in here. Hold on just a moment.
Jennifer's going.
Okay.
We don't want anyone to miss this item. This is.
Sorry, we got cake.
We're just.
Ouch.
Julio called it.
Time for another break.
I have both of them too.
All right, so on Jessica's behalf, as a reminder, we are on item J3, approve a public works agreement for the construction of Stewart Park improvements And staff report by Mr. Doug Story.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Very excited to bring this item before you. This process for the redesign and this construction project for improving Stewart Park began back in 2022 when we hired Placeworks, a landscape architect firm, to begin the design process. And in 2022 is when we really began not only just designing it, but also the intentional community outreach by hosting events, by conducting surveys, by working with stakeholders in the community to find out what they really wanted in a new park over there at Stewart. And so by going through that process, then we began the design process where we came to council numerous times to show you guys all the different designs, the different process, and to get feedback and direction from each of you. Taking that, we were able to put out a package earlier this year where we began to receive bids for the project, and we successfully opened 4 bids for the project. They ranged in from about $11.3 million to $14.9 million. Our recommendation is to go with Act 1 Construction Incorporated. They are the responsive low bidder for this project. During this process, we were also able to receive some bids for some bid alternates that's going to help us in the future as we prepare for Phase 2. Robert had mentioned that as well in our CIP amendment earlier tonight. We are making a distinction for the funding for Phase 2 because there is going to be a Phase 2 portion of this project. In your staff report, you'll see the items that are going to be coming in each of the different phases so that you and the community are aware of what to expect when Phase 1 is completed. And then hopefully later this year, we are working on some different grant opportunities for Phase 2, so we'll begin to hear that. The city was successful in applying for a portion of this project that we seeked grant funding on, and we were accepted by the state, and our application was moved on from the state portion of the competition to now the federal portion of the competition. So basically the state has blessed our application and said, yes, we support you applying for the federal portion of this. So we're going to hear back later this year, but in doing so, that gives us some a little bit of a preview of what to expect as far as the cost for the Phase 2 portion. So that's why we asked for some of the bid alternatives that were in here. I laid out the total that was submitted from each of the potential bidders today in your staff report so you can begin to see what the total complete cost is. We are eager to work with Act 1. They have been extremely responsive in this process and getting things back to us and to get this project started. We are anticipating the construction of this project to be about 335 days is what we're estimating for this. So just under a year-long process that we'll be going through and presenting this to council. Robert hit on all the things that we did to work through the amendment for the CIP to be able to put the money in the budget for this portion of the project. So taking care of that, we're able to move forward with this part, which is asking and recommending that you approve the Public Works Agreement for Act 1 construction to begin the Phase 1 construction of Stewart Park. If you have any questions, I'd love to talk about this project with you.
All right, thank you, sir. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Council, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, just real quickly, Mr. Story, we have 3 million and then the 3.1 is, well, 3 for the matching 3.1 for the federal grant. What's the budget for Phase 2 more or less? I know you mentioned you're working on that. I'm just...
Sure. So one of the parts of this project was we wanted real contractors to take a look at the bid and to be able to give us their range for the Phase 2 portion was between 4 million and 6.8 million. So that's the range that we're looking at. The grant that we submitted is to take the 3.1 million that we have in matching funds, and then we're asking for 3.1 million for that grant.
And I'm assuming that number actually seems a little lower than I would think. Is that because a lot of that pre-construction's done in Phase 1?
Yeah, when we received bids and we went through this process, leading up to this and our 60% design and our 90% design, we were anticipating the project to be in that range that we have. The bids that we received we're just more phase one front-loaded with a lot of those costs. And we attribute that to some of the significant redesign with some of the grading, the flood control area and the basin, and then also the removal of the streets and making that one continuous park versus the 3 segmented parks. So some of those costs drove up the total costs. And I think when we received these bids, that a lot of that came in the phase one portion.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other lights on. Can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a public works agreement with Act One Construction, Inc. for the construction of the Stewart Park Improvement Project Phase One, and authorize staff to issue a purchase order in an amount not to exceed $11,464,180. And further authorize the city manager to approve any contingencies in an amount not to exceed $1,146,414, and I expect it to be ready by July 4th next year.
Right, and the clock has started already. Wow, that was about 3 seconds. Thank you. I'll call him right now. Get in
Can I
there
get a second
tomorrow.
on that?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you.
Congratulations, Doug. Thank you.
Yes.
We actually asked you a question this time.
Very excited.
Item J4, approve a First Amendment to the professional service agreement with PlaceWorks to provide additional construction administration services for Phase 1 of Stewart Park Improvement Project. Right back at you, Doug.
Right back here. This is an amendment to the professional services agreement with PlaceWorks. PlaceWorks has been on this journey with us from the beginning and has been the firm designing this project with us and have a unique understanding and all the necessary staff and tools to be the right firm to do this portion of the project as well, which is the construction administration. So material submittals, RFIs that'll come in from the contractors through this process. This is just now transitioning to that portion of the project with them.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. So I see a couple lights on. Okay, Mayor Pro.
I was going to make a motion to approve a First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with PlaceWorks to provide additional construction administration services for Phase 1 of the Stewart Park Improvement Project in the amount of $154,235 and authorize the city manager to app.
I think that's to approve. I think I got cut off.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To improve, it's for a 10% contingency for the city manager. To app.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you. And on to item J5, award a professional services agreement with Clinical Laboratory Services to provide laboratory testing services for the wastewater treatment plant. And our staff report by, excuse me, Thaxton Van Bell.
The birthday boy.
The birthday
Happy
boy.
birthday.
Thaxton birthday boy Van Bell.
Thank you very much.
Let me get, excuse me, Mayor, I'd like to give him a birthday present if I could. I want to make a motion to award a professional services agreement with Clinical Laboratory Services of San Bernardino Incorporated for a term of 3 years at the cost per test rates in the attached proposal.
I'll second.
All right, prior to a vote, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
I think since you cut him off, you have to sing to him now, Lloyd. But, yes.
Spare us.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Somebody say cake?
Mayor
Yes.
Finn?
Thank you.
Yes.
I didn't realize that.
Eat your cake.
All right, thank you. So on to item J6, adoption and implementation of Everbridge Communication Platform Administration Policy, and a staff report by Julie Van Hook.
Here we go,
There
every
you go.
single time. Good evening. So before you today is the administrative policy for the implementation of the Everbridge software. And the policy outlines some procedures and guidelines specific to access and authorization, message content and approval, and some monitoring and evaluation. And so with that, that is the end of my staff report, and I'd like to open it up for comments and council's consideration for approval.
All right, thank you. And do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. I'll jump out with a question. So, in the presentation we had earlier, it talked about, for emergency services and that sort of stuff, but
Right.
we used it for traffic, and then it has, in the policy, it has jurisdiction for city manager approval on what needs to go out and so forth. And so, so I think that was a good example of using that, and I think it's very helpful. But is there anything to add to that maybe an incident can come up, or any other plans that maybe you can add to that presentation, or is there anything to add, or is that kind of a coverall?
Well, there is an option with Everbridge. She spoke a little bit about the opt-in, and we can tailor that to like event notifications. So there is an option there, if we see fit.
So is that easy to divide out between emergency services and
is.
recreation?
Yeah, it creates its own list. So we would do, instead of it saying Beaumont, would say like, something different like Market Night or Beaumont Nights or Touch a Truck or something. And we can actually send out updates during and to facilitate, people to gather to a stage or, kind of event updates. And you're probably used to that if you went to a private event somewhere or concert. So it has that capability, which is lovely. It's something we'd have to discuss, how to roll that out, because that takes a little bit of staff time.
And would that involve a re-enrollment for anybody that's already on the system?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so it
Because
gives them
it's
the option.
specific to a certain event.
Okay.
Right, so we would tailor it to something like that, and it would be just for that list.
And then back to your calendar efforts and so forth. So
Uh-huh.
then could somebody pick and choose on what they want to be notified about?
Yeah, actually, there is. There's notifications on there. There could be, there's weather, so there's a severe weather notification component where those that sign up can elect to get those as well.
So there's plenty
Yeah,
of
it's
room to
pretty
grow.
robust,
Okay.
isn't it? I know.
That's
I know.
cool. Okay. All right, on to Mr. White.
Yeah, I would be a little concerned about going that direction because we now get more and more spam
Sure.
through text.
Right.
And I would think that I would hate to have residents opt out because they're getting those other notices.
Sure.
When they need to be getting the notices about fires and stuff like that. So
Right.
I know that you're saying you can opt in for special events.
Right.
But I would just be concerned about, making this more than just an emergency response at this point. But
So question with that then, if we end up using it for a different service, like, so, does the text message come from a different entity, a different phone number? Or
No.
would it respond coming from the same source, each different notification?
It comes from that same source. So it would be specific to that text message. So it's like 888-777. And so if you subscribe to our emergency alerts by texting BOMA, and then we had something separate for an
Okay.
event, it would be all in that same
Okay.
string. So to Councilmember Lloyd's.
All right, I was thinking a
Lloyd's
different
comment.
opt-in might come from a different phone number,
No.
but yeah, I could see where that gets
Right.
diluted really quick.
That's correct.
Okay.
Right. We also have other mechanisms, right, that we notify.
So it can be
for-
a separate notification
Right.
from the calendar? Okay,
Right.
perfect. Okay.
Mhm.
All right, at this point, can I get a motion if we don't have any other comments or questions?
I'll move to approve and adopt the Everbridge communication software policy. Sorry, I was just a little quicker.
Would you like the second on that, Mr. Martinez?
I'll second then.
All right. Thank you. Can I roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember White,
yes.
Councilmember Voigt.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura,
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes, thank you. And then on to item J7, approval of city attorney invoices for the month of May 2024.
And because this involves my law firm, I'll recuse myself.
All right, thank you.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. I do have one. On our other agenda items, it says public comments. Do we normally reach out for public comments on such an
I would
item?
on every item.
Okay. Any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do you have any callers on the line?
I have no other callers on the line.
All right, I just don't think it was on the cheat sheet, that's all. All right.
I'll add it.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, your lights on.
I just want to mention to the public that we do receive the mid-year litigation status report from Mr. Pinckney. Very detailed report.
Yes, very detailed, and I appreciate you pointing that out, thank you.
Yeah, and with that, I'll make a motion, if you'd like, Mayor.
Yes.
Do you have it? I'll make a motion to approve the city attorney invoices for May 2024.
I'll second that.
I didn't see the number there.
All right, well, it's $132,031.65.
We didn't have a staff report for it.
I need more cake.
I think there
All right.
is there usually a staff.
Okay, roll call,
Yeah, I
please.
didn't see it. That's okay.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes, I,
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Fenton?
Yes, thank you. And item K, legislative updates and discussion. Do we have any of that, Ms. Gibbs, tonight?
No, we will have an update at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. And economic development update. Same applies?
I just wanted to ask real quick, we didn't have a quorum at the last Economic Development Committee meeting, and GHD was supposed to give a presentation on the downtown revitalization plan. That now is going to get kicked to the July Economic Development meeting, which means it won't be back to council until August 20th. Is that the direction of council?
Elizabeth, could I interrupt? EDC is dark in July. They decided in June.
So it's going to get,
Or May.
either
I'm
way, it's
sorry.
going to get kicked to August 20th. Would council prefer to still have the EDC see that plan before council?
I would like the EDC to see the plan, but I don't think it has to be before council.
Okay, so we will plan on bringing that back to council on July 16th. I'll need to check the consultant's calendar, but tentatively we'll schedule it for that.
Okay, that works for everybody? Okay. All right, was that it for that item? Okay, all right, city treasurer's report. We don't have that tonight. Okay, we do have an attachment in there in the agenda. City clerk's report. Okay, thank you. City attorney?
Yes, twice a year, I provide the council with a confidential attorney-client privilege, detailed summary of all the recently settled cases, currently pending litigation, and also claims. And so I recently provided that confidentially to the council, and it covers the items that I would normally go over in my report. And since that was recent, I don't have anything in addition to that to report.
Okay, thank you, sir. City manager, city manager's report.
I'm going to ask the chief and Jennifer to come up to give separate reports on two items, but while they're coming up, just a quick announcement. The fire station is staffed, as you discussed, and the first market night went really, really well. We had about 1,500 visitors, we believe, 48 booths. We have a debrief plan from the police department that we're looking at making some changes to this coming Thursday. I will not be able to attend this Thursday because we'll be at WRCOG. And then one final announcement, I want to congratulate Jennifer Eustachian. She passed her last exam and it has now earned her Certified Public Finance Officer with TFOA. I think seven exams? 7 exams she had to
Wow,
pass.
congratulations. Good job.
No speech?
All right, chief, time's yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a quick overview of the 104th Annual Cherry Festival. And so this year, it was moved to Noble Creek Park. And what we counted was about 18,000 attendees over the 4 days, give or take. Some of the children were admitted for free, so they weren't counted. We staffed on the police department side a minimum of 16 and at times 18 sworn officers each day. Obviously, there was a couple more due to command staff members that were not on the schedule. We just came to help out. There was also 40 armed, or a combination of armed and unarmed security officers. That helped reduce incidents greatly because they had the first contact. So if security couldn't handle the situation and it escalated into a police contact, then we took over. But of the handful of incidents we did have, there were no arrests made. And so there were some altercations. It could have been alcohol-related, but we did not have any gang issues or actual, group fights, physical altercations. They were isolated incidents. We believe that that location had an improved flow. A lot of that was just the layout and the spacing issues. Certainly, there's a handful of recommendations that we'll review with the Cherry Festival Association. Parking is a major concern, and so we need to address that. And we'll address some other issues. But we did implement a host of new rules as far as clear bags. Minors had to be accompanied by a guardian over the age of 18, and we found that that reduced altercations significantly. So overall, is a great success. And with that, I could answer any questions you may have.
Mr. White?
I just wanted to make one suggestion. I wasn't here, but I heard about all the parking issues that you raised. And I'm wondering if we could work with the Cherry Festival Association to provide vouchers to people who take our shuttles. Maybe a $2, $3, $4 voucher that goes towards the cost of getting in. I think we have to incentivize people riding the shuttle as opposed to parking in the back. So I know that for some people, $18, I think is what it was, is a lot. And if you're taking a family of four and you get on the bus and you save yourself $15, $16, I think it's going to make it. The Cherry Festival is going to benefit in the long run. So
Yeah, noted. Yeah, great idea. There was a short analysis of our transit schedule and flow, and so we'll work with our transit department on that, just with recommendations. But that voucher is something we will definitely pass on.
Good idea. Thank you. Any other comments or? All right. Thanks, Chief.
You're welcome, sir.
Jennifer?
I'm not quite that tall. So I'm really excited to let the council know that the city has been awarded the Distinguished Budget Presentation Award from the Government Finance Officers Association for fiscal year 2023-24. And the award is the highest form of recognition in government budgeting, and its attainment represents a significant achievement by the city. It does take them a while to review the award, so that was for the fiscal year 24. You did approve the budget document this evening for fiscal year 25, and we will submit that for the award as well. So today we were able to put our new medallion on our plaque that we already have. We have two and hope to keep that continuing down the award.
Awesome. Great job to you and the entire staff. Thank you. All right, item Q, future agenda items. Do we have any additions to that? Okay, I see none. On to council reports. Mr. Martinez.
Have no report today.
Okay. Ms. Voigt?
Neither do I.
All right. I will go next. I just have a short couple things. On June 6th, I attended the TNOW Transportation Committee meeting, and we had a presentation from Caltrans, and so it was nice to hear from them and so forth, and they're working on establishing the relationships with their District 8 and who they represent and so forth, and projects that they're working on. And in one of them in particular that caught my attention is they plan to work on the 10 freeway in terms of repair work starting, I gotta find my notes, I apologize. There we go. So from 10 freeway from the Brookside overpass to Pennsylvania, that would start in early 2026, and that would repair some of that. And we've got some right-hand lanes that are pretty bad. I see some trucks bouncing through there, so that's good to know. And then RTA reported that the youth will ride free for 12 months, and there is also 25-cent rides all summer for public transportation, so that's nice. And then attended the Beaumont Chamber Breakfast on the 14th, and RCTC was out again, sharing their information on their traffic relief plan. And then just a word for the council, no jackets, we can go casual for July and August due to the summer months coming up. So that's my report, and on to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Very quickly, again, Beaumont Nights was great. Really enjoyed that. It was a nice event. Next time I'll have to go out a little later when it's cooler because it was a little toasty when it first opened. It was really great to see all the staff that was involved in trying to make this a special event. So that was much appreciated. Also, just want to reach out or mention the grounds and maintenance group. Sports park was great during the soccer season. And I just appreciate the effort that they had to put into getting that to go. And did I hear that Redlands is asking about our park since it's so great now? We've kind of turned the corner, it sounds like. So, Doug, just please share my appreciation with grounds and maintenance folks. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. White.
I too want to acknowledge the Beaumont Market Night. We've been talking about that for years now, and I just hope we can keep it rolling, keep it going. And that's all I had. Thank you.
All right, thank you. On that with the market night, I had reached out to staff. I won't be able to attend this Thursday due to the WRCOG meeting, but we're going to have a booth, and you guys are all welcome to join if you can make it, but it's meet the council and meet the mayor. And so we're hoping to be able to help with public outreach on that. So you guys are welcome to attend, but I did commit to being at the rest of them outside of this Thursday. So with that, we will close tonight's meeting at 9:43.